Miami Commission meeting. We are going to start our meeting with recognizing some outstanding individuals. I'm going to turn the mic over to, oh, we have to wait for my colleagues. Two are here though, so we're going to get going. It's 2 or 3. We're ready to rock and roll now. I have my colleagues, Commissioner, who's coming right back, Commissioner Rosado, and my other colleague, Commissioner Damian Pardo, and we're going to start with our recognitions. Greater Miami Service Corps is here, and we are recognizing them. Please come forward. I have had the honor to work with the Greater Miami Service Corps when I was an employee with Miami-Dade County. We were in the same department, so I'm quite familiar with the wonderful work that these young people do to help keep our community clean and thriving. They do a lot of work in the city of Miami across districts. They work in District 5, they work in Commissioner Pardo's district, and it is a national organization, Greater Miami Service Corps. They are throughout the United States, and they help young people realize their dreams through service, education. Am I leaving anything out? Service, education. This is the executive director, Ms. Debbie Dorsett, and my friend and everyone else that's coming. You should have seen, if you're going around in the city of Miami, you see these orange shirts all over the place. Morning, 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 morning. And they are part of my home. I'm going to read you a little bit about the proclamation. Whereas, founded in 1990, the Greater Miami Service Corps has served as nationally recognized youth development and workforce training organization dedicated to transforming the lives of young adults ages 18 through 25 throughout Miami-Dade County. They're part of Miami-Dade County, but they work all over, and many of them transition to become City of Miami employees, employees of Miami-Dade County, and other municipalities because of the work that they do. Yes?
Yes.
I know my program. I know my program. Whereas for 35 years, Greater Miami Service Corps has worked diligently to reconnect opportunity youth with education while providing them with meaningful pathways to success through academic support, paid workforce training, leadership development, community service, and opportunities to earn a high school diploma, industry-recognized credentials, and scholarships. They do, if we have like abandoned houses in the city, they'll board it up, they'll keep the yards clean so the abandoned house doesn't become an eyesore in the community. This is the kind of work that these kids do. They also do MLK Boulevard. That's why MLK Boulevard is so sparkly clean. They do a little bit in Little Haiti. I'm waiting for, I think you do Coral Way, right? Yes. Which is Coral Way. They do Coral Way, which is Commissioner Rosado's district. Greater Miami Service Corps has empowered thousands of young people through its comprehensive model that integrates hands-on learning and career preparation in high-demand industries, including construction, environmental stewardship, hospitality, information technology, healthcare, and energy efficiency. Also public service, because Commissioner Keone McGee was a Greater Miami Service Corps participant. So, fun fact, they also encourage young folks to become public servants. Whereas Greater Miami Service Corps members contribute to the City of Miami's resilience and sustainability by supporting weekly farm share food distributions, participating in home beautification and landscape maintenance, conducting home energy upgrades, and engaging in community revitalization initiatives that enhance the quality of life for residents across our neighbors. The organization is a state-certified pre-apprentice program that prepares young adults to enter registered apprenticeship programs and long-term sustainable careers, thereby strengthening Miami's workforce and economic future. Whereas, under the leadership of Interim Board Chairman Dr. Brown and Director Debbie Dorsett, the Greater Miami Service Corps continues to uplift, equip, and inspire youth to build self-sufficiency, strengthen communities, and emerge as leaders who create lasting and positive change. Therefore, our Mayor, Francis Suarez, and all of my colleagues honor the Greater Miami Service Corps for 35 years of dedicated service, transformational impact, and unwavering commitment to the young people and communities of Miami-Dade County. And therefore, in observance of, we call upon the good people of the city of Miami to join us in recognizing and honoring Greater Miami Service Corps.
Thank you, Chairwoman King. The City of Miami is actually one of the charter members of Greater Miami Service Corps 35 years ago. So they have not only supported the concept of Greater Miami Service Corps and serving, being a venue to serve young people in the community, but throughout the 35 years have invested, mentored, and supported our young people. So we have contributed over 1 million hours, I would say, to the work in the city and within the county, and we could not do what we do without your support and the support of the commissioners. So on behalf of the board of directors, we thank you for this recognition. We work tirelessly every week with Barbara Sweet, and we thank you for your support. The work that you do in making sure the residents have nutritional services, I don't think there's any words for that. So, again, thank you.
And I am a proud sponsor of the Greater Miami Service Corps.
Start and give some context. Yeah. And just call them over and we'll get them. Should I read the whole thing? Si tú quieres, just have big one come up and we'll do their narrative. No, read. Good morning. I'm Commissioner Gavella, District 1, and for me, this is very special for this gentleman, Victor Baloy. The City of Miami proudly extends this commendation to Park Manager Assistant Supervisor Victor Baloy in recognition of his extraordinary heroism, professionalism, and life-saving action on Friday, December the 5th, 2025, during the Christmas tree lighting ceremony at Grapeland Park. During the community celebration, Park Ranger Assistant Supervisor Baloy was urgently approached by a mother whose 4-year-old child was choking and unable to breathe. Without hesitation and with exceptional calm, he immediately applied his training, expertly performing the proper emergency back thrust technique, successfully dislodging the obstruction and saving the child's life. His swift action, clear presence of mind, and dedication to duty prevented a tragic outcome and reflected the very best of public service. This life-saving response also highlights a strong collaboration between the City of Miami Parks Department and the City of Miami Police Department, whose joint training and teamwork continue to strengthen the safety of our community. Park Ranger Assistant Supervisor Victor Baloy is a credit to the Parks Department and the entire City of Miami. His courage and readiness to act exemplifies the highest standards of service and commitment to the residents and families we proudly serve. With deepest appreciation, the City of Miami hereby commends and honors Park Ranger Assistant Supervisor Victor Baloy for his excellent bravery, exemplary service. Signed, Francis Suarez, Mayor of the City of Miami. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to give a brief shout out to Assistant Chief Perez for making that training possible. I know he's probably not here, but also want to give a shout out to Lieutenant Gabe Aguayo, who usually, gives us the time when we want to complete this training and have our division prepared to, be ready for these sort of instances. So that's all I got to say.
Amen for you. Thank you for you.
So just a few words to kind of give you an idea of how the city works behind. When now Assistant City Manager Barbara Hernandez was the Parks Director a while back, we kind of identified that there was a need to better prepare and have a more cohesive relationship between the police department, the fire department, the park rangers. So we've embarked on a journey to professionalize the folks at the Parks Department that are doing the park ranger duties. We put together this curriculum, this training, and Supervisor Baloy and Joanne, thank you for joining us, his beautiful wife, went to the training. And when you least expect it, a day where we're all celebrating, a tree lighting ceremony at Grapeland Park, when everybody is having a good time, that's when he was needed the most. When a 4-year-old was choking, if it wasn't for his life-saving techniques, there would have been a tragedy on our hands that night. So thank you for the dedication not only of our Assistant City Manager, the fire department that joined us in that training. Chief Heavia's team is always willing to assist and has never said no when we need something from them. It's absolutely a testament who at the City of Miami, we will never stop bettering ourselves, making sure that we're doing all we can to keep our city safe, healthy, and vibrant. So I know our new Parks Director wants to say a few words. So here you go, John.
Good morning. Victor's been a cornerstone of our Parks Ranger program since 2008. I believe he was promoted in 2013 to Assistant Supervisor. And when I heard of this incident, I was not at all surprised to hear that his name was involved in the way that it was. So with that, you've made the department very proud. We're very proud of him. Thank you to your service, for your service, and also thanks for the police department for their cooperation and working with us so closely. I think it's been a benefit to the city in its entirety. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Today it's an honor, privilege to recognize an institution that is iconic in our community, and that's HCA Florida Mercy Hospital. If you grew up here, you know Mercy Hospital. You remember it for the decades of service in our community. Especially if you're Cuban American, you remember Mercy Hospital because they did a lot in terms of welcoming the Cuban American community and exiled doctors when they first came over. People like my father when they first came over, they really found a home there. I'm going to read you their proclamation and ask that the folks from HCA Mercy Hospital please come up. On December 18th, 1950, Mercy Hospital admitted its first patient, marking the beginning of a legacy of compassionate care. Through 75 years of service, the hospital has remained steadfast in its mission to provide high-quality care, welcoming people of all backgrounds and shaping the medical, cultural, and spiritual life of Miami while continuing to live the promise of mercy for all. In 1945, the Diocese of St. Augustine responded to the call of Miami residents for a Catholic hospital and began construction on 40 acres along Biscayne Bay, an endeavor supported by people of all religious denominations who recognized the need for quality health care and the critical shortage of hospital beds. The Sisters of St. Joseph guided the hospital for more than 60 years, preserving its Catholic identity and ministry until 2011, when Mercy Hospital partnered with HCA, who has invested more than $456 million in capital improvements to ensure long-term sustainability while continuing its sacred mission, the only Catholic hospital in Miami-Dade County. HCA Florida Mercy Hospital has made enduring contributions to the Cuban American community and cultural identity by receiving wounded American prisoners returning from the Bay of Pigs invasion and welcoming Cuban exile physicians, becoming the first Miami hospital to open its doors to medical training. HCA Florida Mercy Hospital has been a pioneer in medicine and a steadfast institution in the community, creating a mobile medical van for migrant workers, a Liberty City clinic, and reopening only 3 days after Hurricane Andrew. The hospital has continued expanding with major facilities in the areas of neonatal care, cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, oncology, and also serving as a center for maternity in Miami, delivering thousands of babies, a legacy that continues today. Now, 1 in 5 people in Miami-Dade County were born in Mercy Hospital, so it's an honor to acknowledge them. Are they here? Oh.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Pardo. And to every commissioner, every single one of you have supported Mercy in some way, and we could not do it without each and every one of you. Mayor Suarez, also a Mercy baby, Chief Morales, Chief Evia, who also serves on our board. Every single member of this city is such a partner to Mercy, and we cannot do it without each and every one of you. So we're thrilled to be celebrating our 75th anniversary. Tonight is a bit of a birthday party, so we are having a tree lighting ceremony, hopefully unincidental from the prior recognition, but we are so lucky to be a partner with you guys and would love to see every single one of you and your families at our tree lighting this evening. So.
No, thank you. 75 years. So we also want to recognize, and actually for us and our office, it's been a big mission to focus on the revitalization of Little Bahamas in the West Grove. And it was a pleasure to attend an event we did for our Basel, which is growing, and we hope it continues growing. Romeo was amazing, and people helped putting this together, that recognized 3 Black artists who really have made the Miami Black Arts Workshop a force since 1969. So for decades, these gentlemen have been creating spaces for Black art and been drawing awareness to the need for inclusion and the need for understanding the cultural identity and where it's coming from. So with that said, I'll start with Dinizulu Jean Tinney, if Mr. Tinney could come up. Mr. Tinney was born in New York, moved to Miami in 1974, bringing with him a rich background in foreign languages, literature, linguistics, and a deep commitment to cultural, historical, and social justice causes. Shortly after arriving in Miami, he joined the Miami Black Arts Workshop and became a key co-founder of the Kumba Artist Collective of South Florida, helping to sustain and expand the legacy of Black art, community engagement, and cultural activism. As an educator, Mr. Tinney chaired the newly formed art department of Florida Memorial University, sharing his knowledge and inspiring generations of students to merge creative practice, historical awareness, and community service. His visionary Middle Passage Ship Replica project is a work that promotes awareness and healing and is based on an authentic historical ship design, serves as a traveling museum, educational resource center, and ancestral memorial shrine. It powerfully recalls the experiences of ancestors lost through the transatlantic slave trade. Mr. Tinney's work includes paintings, sculptures, drawings, graphic designs, and public monuments. They all reflect powerful themes of memory, identity, diaspora, and justice. His art is widely collected and has received broad recognition. His leadership extends beyond the studio, advocating for restoration and preservation of historically significant African American recreational spaces. He has deeply been involved in civic, cultural, and historic preservation efforts, leveraging art and the memory to build community, affirm identity, and fight for social justice. It's a pleasure to recognize Mr. Tinney. If you'd like to say a few words.
My goodness. Thank you. This is a hard act to follow after all the previous recognitions. The small army that I'm joined with here is represents actually the group that welcomed me when I got to Miami, which was the Miami Black Arts Workshop, an iconic presence in Coconut Grove. And as a matter of fact, you know, our understanding, I'm honored and humbled that my name is singled out. But really, we were, you know, looking forward to the proclamation for recognizing the whole Miami Black Arts Workshop, which not only encouraged artists and mentored younger artists and really established a very healthy relationship between the small group of artists and the community right here in Coconut Grove that is served, actually employing young people, training young people. So it's an honor to be able to speak on behalf of all of these folks. I'll just mention some of the, Walter Dennis, Robert McKnight, Roland Woods Jr., he's the spirit father of this whole thing that started in 1969. Who else do we have? I'm just looking at the original members who are here. Charles Humes, Lucius King, and there's so much more. And I'm known for being loquacious, so I'm going to end there. And thank you all very much for the honor. Thank you. And last thing I'll say, we could not have done this without a lot of support from the city of Miami then, and so we're all the more grateful for this recognition now. Thank you all.
I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Tinney when I was the president CEO of MLK EDC. I don't think we've mentioned enough what a strong advocate Mr. Tinney is for the arts. I remember we had to restore a mural, and Mr. Tinney came to see me to make sure I did the right thing. And I was like, whoa. And okay, but we're going to do that. But he is such an advocate. He's so passionate about art. And I love that. He is passionate about all genres of art. And as a mom whose daughter is an artist, I appreciate that. And he's mentored artists like Adonis Parker, who has gone on to do great public art in our community. So I want to thank you. And he's a strong, strong advocate for the museum that is going to tell the story of Virginia Key Beach. Strong advocate for that. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your work. And I think Commissioner Pardo wants to say something else.
Well, yeah, because we actually had the pleasure of being able to highlight 3 of the artists. So we have proclamations from 3 of you, and I want to make sure you have a moment to say a few words, and I wanted to also read the background. So we're also honoring Robert McKnight. Robert McKnight was born in Kingston, South Carolina, and relocated to Miami in 1953, where he developed a passion for art from early childhood and studied painting at the Miami Arts Center while attending high school. He pursued formal arts education, studying sculpture in London, and later earned a BFA from Syracuse University. These foundations would inform decades of creative work grounded in personal, cultural, and environmental themes. After returning to Miami, he engaged in public-facing creative work, including designing artificial rock facades for exhibits at Metro Zoo, and later working on projects in Disney and the Caribbean, fusing artistry, design, and environmental imagination. As an active member of the Miami Black Arts Workshop and later the broader Kumba Arts Collective, Mr. McKnight committed himself to raising the visibility of African American and African diaspora artists by advancing opportunities for Black artists through mentorship, public commissions, gallery exhibitions, and community art. His public works have enriched the visual and cultural landscape of Miami, reflecting cultural heritage, memory, and community pride that affirms the identity and resilience of South Florida's Black communities. So it's an honor in recognizing you as well. If you have a couple of minutes. Or 30 seconds.
I'm Robert McKnight. Grew up in Coconut Grove. Studied art. Always been an artist. I will die as an artist. And I am an artist.
You are, and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And last but not least, Roland Woods Jr. Roland Woods Jr. was born and raised in Miami's Brownville neighborhood, and in the late 1960s became one of the first Black art students to integrate the art history department at the University of Miami. In 1969, he was among the founding members of the Miami Black Arts Workshop, originally the Black Arts Council of Miami, created in response to the near total absence of works by Black artists in museums, galleries, and publications in Miami, reflecting a dire need for representation and opportunity. The Miami Black Arts Workshop became a vital community institution based in historic West Coconut Grove. It offered exhibition space, creative classes, mentorship, public art, installing large, brightly colored murals and panels in Black neighborhoods, and then transformed public spaces and asserting pride, identity, and visibility for Black Miamians. Through his political and social conscious works, Roland Woods Jr. captured the vibrancy, dignity, struggles, and everyday transcendence of Black life in Miami. The legacy of his commitment to cultural affirmation endures as the impact of the Miami Black Arts Workshop is well documented and celebrated in many exhibitions, publications that memorialize injustices and contributes to the collective memory of Black Miami. Thank you very much.
Okay, we deeply appreciate the City of Miami giving us this opportunity to be recognized. But what I would like to do is... Okay, we thank God for this opportunity to be recognized. And I would like to recognize my wife, Ms. Jennifer Wood. Yeah. Come on out there. Come on. And thank Ms. McKnight. Come on up. Come on up. And I would like to have these individuals that's so much a part of our group to introduce themselves, because without them, we would not have a group.
Okay. I'm Vernon James, and I met Mr. Woods at church, and he has mentored me, continued to bless me with scripture, and continued to push me in my aspirations as a spoken word artist. And he's seen great value in me, and I just appreciate that.
I'm Jalen Marisma. I go to the College of Nova Southern University, and I'm just an inspiring artist who's trying to like get more into the arts and stuff. So.
I'm Richard Marisma Sr., Jalen's father of three. When I was introduced to the Black Arts Workshop by Brother Roland, we got together, joined in as men of faith, fishing for men and saving souls. So when we journeyed into this, arena of inspiring young artists, I had to recognize the legacy that he's living and want to honor the men that continue to show us and educate us about Black art in Miami. Of course, obviously, I'd like to inspire the future of my son and other young men just alike. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael Forrest, and I'm honored to be here after a very long trip from Jamaica as a dramaturge, theater artist, broadcaster, journalist, and performer. And being a part of this group has allowed me to take a film that I worked on in 2018, which is an adaptation of the most famous love story in the world, which is Romeo and Juliet. And we Jamaicanized it and called it Romeo and Juliet Forever, in Jamaican dialect, of course. And because of the opportunity that's been afforded me and the blessing that has been given to me, I am now here. I've been able to screen that film. As you can see, I'm very nervous. At the Arts Festival, and we're looking forward to really great things. And thank you very much.
I'm Roland Wood's wife.
I'm Lucius King. I'm an old timer, one of the few that are still around. Grew up over town, went to Miami-Dade educational system, and I was fortunate enough to be considered one of the foremost Black photographers in the last 50 years.
Charles Humes Jr., visual artist, painter, printmaker. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Lauren Hudson. I'm born and raised in Miami. I'm also a visual artist. Happy to be here on stage. Mr. Roland introduced me to this wonderful organization here, and that's about it.
My name is Walter Dennis, and I had the pleasure of being the president of the Black Arts Workshop for 2 years back in the early 1970s. And it has been a pleasure being associated with these young people, okay? Some of them aren't young, but it's a pleasure being associated with them. And the arts is just a natural part of me, and I appreciate being, the honor that the city has bestowed upon us today.
Hi, my name is Sochel McKnight. I am the daughter of Robert McKnight, but also I wanted to say thank you for the recognition of the Miami Black Arts Workshop, because if it wasn't for the Miami Black Arts Workshop, I probably wouldn't be here, because my parents met through that. My mom was Neith Nevelson, and she was also an artist from Coconut Grove. But also, and very importantly, one of the members that is not here with us today is my uncle, Donald McKnight, who was also one of the members of the Miami Black Arts Workshop. And we lost him in 2020, so I just want to make sure that we recognize him as well, because the McKnight brothers are a big part of that. So thank you.
Thank you all. It really is an honor. Those are lifetime contributions, and it's so important that we keep awareness and we keep celebrating these stories. So on behalf of the chair, the mayor, and the commission, we give you these proclamations, and we will take a quick picture wherever the photographer is. Thank you again.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today? It's wonderful to look out into this audience for the last time as your mayor. It's humbling, and I was just sharing with Art just what an incredible experience this has been and what an incredible job this is to serve all of you in what I believe is the greatest city in the world. So as mayor, one of my titles is head of protocol, and so I get to commend people who have had a lasting impact on our city. Today, I have the privilege of recognizing two unsung heroes, two people who quietly serve the city day in and day out, always with a smile. They never complain, and they always make our days brighter. Alba and Clara, if you'll come up, please. Where are they? Oh, I didn't even see them. Look at them. They're so unassuming that I didn't even see them behind me. So I'm going to read this. I don't usually read them, but I think they deserve it, and then I'll just say a few extra words. So Alba is a cherished member of the City Hall custodial team. She has faithfully served with exceptional commitment, ensuring that our public spaces remain clean, safe, and welcoming for employees, residents, and visitors alike. Throughout her service, Alba has carried out her responsibility with unwavering excellence, demonstrating reliability, attention to detail, and a heartfelt passion for her work. She's not only known for her work ethic, but also for her kindness, her humility, and the joy she brings to every interaction. Greeting colleagues with a warm smile, offering encouragement, and fostering a sense of community wherever she goes. Her sweet and gracious spirit has made her beloved throughout City Hall, earning the admiration and appreciation of staff, leadership, and all who have the privilege of crossing her path. Alba exemplifies the highest ideals of public service, reminding us that every role within our city is vital, and that excellence is measured not only in tasks completed, but in the heart with which they are carried out. Now, therefore, I, Francis Suarez, still mayor of the city of Miami, just in case anyone hasn't noticed, call upon the good people of Miami and honor Alba Cordovi and celebrate her invaluable contributions, her radiant positivity, and the uplifting spirit she brings to our employees. Alba. Typical Alba, she doesn't want to say anything. Go ahead.
In all the years that I've been in City Hall, I have never, ever seen her without a smile on her face. Never. I've never seen her without a smile on her face and a warm greeting.
I just want to say thank you so much, because when she walks anywhere into any of our offices, it's just like sunshine walking through. And in a place that's political, that's administrative, it's great, right? It's not always sunny. She really is the sunshine in those moments. So thank you very, very much.
Te queremos dar las gracias por todo lo que hace por nosotros cada día, por su sonrisa y por la alegría que nos trae a nuestras vidas.
Te amo.
And I'll just say that her and Clara also run the program of how they clean City Hall, which is one that I'm very, very proud of, and I'm very proud to have maintained throughout my time as mayor for adults with developmental disabilities. You may have seen Stephen or some of the other employees that are around here, they're just incredible people. I mean, and you can't help but be positively impacted and reminded of all the blessings that we have day in and day out when you interact with her entire team. So.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, Abba, thank you very much for what you do. And, you know, I come from blue-collar line of, you know, working with my hands all my life. And sometimes these are the unsung heroes that keep City Hall running that they were never appreciated. So I thank her very much. We all thank her very much. We're very proud of what she does. And you're right. She always comes in with a smile. What do you need? This and that. So she's very nice. Congratulations, Abba. Thank you.
So it wouldn't be right to commend and recognize the work of Alba without also commending the work of Clara. And yes. So Clara is the supervisor of the custodial team. She's exemplified excellence in leadership through her commitment to maintaining a clean, safe, and well-organized environment for employees, residents, and visitors alike. Tú vas a hablar, okay? Clara consistently performs her duties with diligence, integrity, and remarkable attention to detail, ensuring that City Hall remains a place of pride for the community. And her leadership is marked not only by her strong managerial skills, as I mentioned before, managing this incredible team of not only Alba, but of course all of the adults with developmental disability, but she shows her compassion, humility, and genuine desire to support and uplift her team. She's known throughout City Hall for her kindness, her encouraging spirit, her warm smile that she brings to every single interaction, qualities that make her deeply respected and loved by colleagues and staff across all departments. Through her steady guidance, positive attitude, and unwavering work ethic, she has become an essential part of the City Hall family, embodying the true meaning of public service as well. And so I, as Mayor of Miami, still honor, gotta be funny a little bit, Clara Alvarez, and celebrate her invaluable contributions, her radiant positivity, and uplifting spirit. Clara's husband, Jose, works with me. And I remember he was also part of the team back then, years ago when I was a commissioner. And he first transitioned to another commissioner's office. And he was so identified with what he did at City Hall that I almost didn't see him in that light. And once I saw him make that transition, I said, oh, Jose, you're going to have to work for me eventually. That's that very day. And you know, eventually he did. And it's been a blessing to have Clara and Jose. I think Carlos named him Popo. I'm not exactly sure what that means. But he battled health issues, and we're happy to have him here today. But I think what exemplifies Clara and Alba is this quiet strength, and then at the same time, the decision that we all have to make day in and day out is how do we wake up and what kind of perspective and attitude do we give to the day, and how does that impact those around us? And so maybe the people who are serving us are really the ones that are teaching and leading us. And I think they've been teaching and leading us every single day.
Buenos días. I'm sorry que no hablo en inglés, solo en español. No tengo con qué agradecer, no solo en mi nombre personal, sino en UCO, que es la Escuela Especial de Niños Especiales, que nos han dado la oportunidad durante tantos años de servirle a la ciudad. Al alcalde no tengo con qué agradecerle. Más que empleados, él fue, y yo sé que va a seguir siendo una persona muy especial en nuestros corazones. Siempre estuvo cuando mi familia más lo ha necesitado. Muchos saben la situación que hemos pasado, que José ha pasado, y él estuvo ahí para apoyarnos. No puedo decir nada más. Gracias a todos los comisionados, a la administradora, a todos.
The next person that we are commending is one that I'm doing with Commissioner Gavela. He took the initiative, and I'm piggybacking off him because this particular person is really the definition of a Miami superstar. He came up from this community. He has risen to the highest ranks in media in this community, and he never ever forgets his roots. He's a reserve officer with our city department. He basically says yes anytime I need him to MC an event, including just recently our Christmas tree lighting event here at City Hall. He's become like a brother to me, someone that I can rely on for advice, someone who I can call, sometimes to cry on his shoulder, and someone who I respect for what he's accomplished and what he brings to the job day in and day out. It's such a hard job. Comedy's hard, guys, but comedy every day, not even the city commission can do that. Okay? Sorry. Kind of a funny joke. I don't know. Anyhow, Enrique, if you can please come up. I know that Commissioner Gavela would like to give you something, and so would I.
Absolutely. This is a very special person. And like we said, he's a very special person, Enrique. And the City of Miami proclamation, whereas Enrique Santos is President and Chief Executive Officer of iHeart Latino, where he leads iHeart Media's Latin strategy, including the My Cultura podcast network, elevating Latino creators and amplifying their stories. He also hosts nationally syndicated Spanish and English shows that reach audiences across the United States. And whereas born to Cuban parent in Chicago, I did not know that, Illinois, Enrique Santos has become one of the most recognized and beloved voices in American radio, seamlessly moving between Hispanic and mainstream audiences with a unique blend of humor, social satire, political commentary, and celebrity interviews, all of which have contributed to his reputation as one of the most popular Hispanic radio hosts in America. And whereas his daily program, the Enrique Santos Morning Show, airing live from iHeart's Miami station, 94.9, along with his weekend show On the Move with Enrique Santos, which broadcasts to 127 markets, has secured him a place among Billboard's Latin Power Players for 5 consecutive years, as well as recognition on Variety's Movers and Shakers list, underscoring his tremendous industry influence. And whereas Enrique has received numerous prestigious honors, including the Radio Inc. Medallas de Cortés Award for National Syndicated Radio Personality of the Year 2015, and he is part of Mark Anthony's exclusive talent agency, Magnus Media, further solidifying his legacy in entertainment and media. And whereas in addition to his accomplishments as a broadcaster, producer, and cultural influencer, Enrique Santos is deeply committed to his community. He actively supports multiple nonprofit initiatives and proudly serves as a reserve police officer for the City of Miami Police Department, reflecting his dedication to public service and civic engagement. And whereas Enrique's multifaceted career and unwavering commitment to uplift Latino voices and service to the City of Miami makes him a distinguished figure worthy of recognition by the Miami City Commissioners. And now, therefore, Francis Suarez, Mayor of the City of Miami, and me, Miguel Ángel Gavela, Commissioner, honor the extraordinary achievements in radio and community service in the City of Miami. Congratulations, Enrique.
Commissioner, and with your help, Commissioner, with your help, there's not a lot of people, there's people that get proclamations, there's people that get keys to the city, but there's not a lot of people that get proclamations and keys to the city. And I think those are reserved for the best of the best. People who come from this community, people who were bred in this community, people who made their fame and fortune in this community. And sometimes it's not fortune, sometimes it's just things that they've done to benefit this community. And I think Enrique is an incredible example of what we can all become from this community. I was always blessed to be the first Miami-born mayor. And I think it was important that we eventually selected a person from our community to be the mayor. And having someone like Enrique, who in one generation has redefined the media landscape here in Miami, he's showed us what's possible. And because of that, he not only deserves a proclamation, but he also deserves the key to the city.
Thank you. I thought these things came digitally now, the keys on the iPhones and stuff. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. This is incredible. I mean, I can think of so many other people that are more deserving of this recognition than myself. I'm very proud, Miamian, from the 305, like the majority of the people that are here as well. If you're proud to be from Miami, make some noise. If you're proud to be bicultural, y hablamos inglés y en español, somos de Miami, we're very proud, definitely. It's a privilege to serve the city that raised me and be able to serve both in uniform and behind a microphone. Law enforcement was my first calling long before radio, and I am truly proud to continue serving as a reserve City of Miami police officer alongside all the men and women of the Miami PD who do this work under very tough circumstances. And it seems like the job, the profession of law enforcement gets tougher and tougher every day. So give it up for our men and women in uniform. I also want to thank our Chief of Police, Manny Morales. Thank you, Chief. Where's the Chief at? Chief, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for leading the Miami Police Department with dignity, with respect, and honor. It's been an honor to serve under your leadership, under your command. I want to thank the mayor for his friendship and leadership over the years and the way he's worked to bring people together in a world full of chaos and division. Francis, it's great to be here. Where's the mayor? Great to be here for your last PTA meeting. To the council members, I want to say thank you. It's an incredible honor. These council meetings have been always very zen, peaceful. Strong bonds have been built here. There's even rumors that Gabela and Carollo will be spending Noche Buena together this year. And of course, we're all wondering, what the hell is Billy Corbin going to talk about now that Francis and Carollo are leaving? Despite the crazy politics, the mayor said it best. And you're still the mayor for like 20-something hours left. Miami, you said it best, Francis. Miami is the best city in the world. And proud to be a product of 305. Thank you for this recognition. Thank you, Tony Reyes. Thank you to my mom, my dad, my baby brother Michael, former cop, and Army war vets. So give it up to all of our vets too. Mikey, I love you. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Before I move on to the next and my last recognition for the morning, I have one in the afternoon of a special young lady. Before I do that, I want to recognize our former chairman and current County Commissioner Keon Hardeman, who I see in the back there, unmistakable haircut. And I think I saw Mayor Vince Lago somewhere back there as well at some point. So thank you for being here, both of you. Who's here? Oh, is Natalie Orbis here? Where is she? I don't see her, girl. Oh, she's in the outside. Okay. I saw him. And West Miami Mayor Eric Padron, I did see him on the way in as well. So County Commissioner Natalie Milian Orbis, I think they're here on an item. Hey, how are you? Happy to have you. There's a couple of sayings that I often reflect on. One of them is the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. And then the other one I think about often is, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. When you are running an organization that's $1 billion organization with 5,000 employees, 4 labor unions, and by the way, I see some labor here in the audience, having labor peace the entire 8 years. We had labor peace the entire 8 years of my mayoralty, something I'm incredibly proud of. And I want to commend the fire union, I want to commend the police union, the general employees union, and the solid waste union, something that I'm not so sure has been achieved in an 8-year period during a mayoralty, certainly not in the modern history of Miami. But none of that is possible. You know, if you think of in sports analogy, the mayor is like the general manager, right? The city manager is the head coach, except in this case, he gets to pick the players. And I've been very blessed, not only because of the labor stability that we've had, but I've only had 2 managers in 8 years. And really, only really had 1, because one of them wasn't there that long. The other one has been there with me from almost the beginning. And he's been a friend from before I even got involved in politics. I don't think people understand that how blessed we are to have the city manager that we have. Someone who is incredibly hardworking, someone who has the highest levels of integrity, someone who has the highest degree of competency, someone who is a good partner, understands partnership, someone who understands a very important and fundamental truth about leadership. It's not about me. It's never about me. It's always about the organization. It's always about how do we empower other people. It's always about how do we get things done. He's a doer. He's a family man. He's someone who is a loyal friend. I've been very blessed to have him by my side. I know that I would not be who I am today. This city would not be where it is today. And I know that sometimes it may be frustrating for you guys to constantly hear me talk about the good things about the city. Because in City Hall, sometimes it's not fun to talk about the good things about the city, right? That's not what sells newspapers. That's not what gets you blog clicks, right? But it just so happens that we have the lowest tax rate in history, period. It just so happens that we have the highest bond rating in history, credit rating. It just so happens that we have the largest reserves in history while we have the lowest tax rate. It just so happens that we are on the precipice of being very, very close to having the lowest homicide rate ever since we started recording them in 1946. We're incorporating 1896. We actually have a lower homicide rate this year than we had in 1946. We had 31 in 1946. We have 25 today. We had 220 in 1980. It just so happens to be a fact that we have the lowest unemployment in America and the highest median wage growth in America. All of that happens because you have a team that is focused on navigating the ship in a course with a vision to try to create prosperity for the maximum number of people in your city. But that ship needs a captain. And it's a captain that needs to understand how to read a compass. And we're very blessed to have an incredible captain. Art. There's a lot of things that you can say to compliment a person. He's a humble person. I think that's one of the best compliments you can give someone. But he's also a straight shooter. And I think that's another one of the biggest compliments, especially when you are doing a job as difficult, where the arrows come at you, and where you have to stay calm in the storm, and you have to persevere, and you have to be articulate and be able to carry the water and make an argument and get the agenda forward. I could not have had a better partner. I couldn't have had a better person pushing forward the agenda, the vision that I tried to set along with our commissioners than Art Noriega. And for that reason, I'm giving you the key to the city, my friend.
Wow. Yeah, humility. And this whole experience for me and this recognition from the mayor is humbling in so many ways, almost hard to really put into words. But the one word that I will forever be grateful and thankful to you for is the opportunity. Because, you know, and this is going to be hard for me to get through this just because it's hard to put into perspective for everybody the relationships here, right, and how important those are to me. But this relationship in particular, you know, these jobs don't offer themselves up. And when I mean that, I mean the opportunity to really provide public service. And opportunity is a word that sometimes we forget, we get lost. It gets lost sometimes in translation. But the opportunity to serve and to be a real public servant at this scale and touch as many lives in as many communities as I've had the opportunity to impact, and we have had the opportunity to impact, because none of this happens without everybody else you see in this room. Everybody has such an incredible, important role. He has let me put that team together. He talked a lot about it. He trusted and had faith in me that I would put the right people in the right places. We have. And when you look at this group, and that'll be part of our legacy, you know, yours and mine. When you walk out of this building and I walk out of this building, that legacy for us will be the people we leave behind, the talent we've left behind. We walked into this opportunity, and at least I did. You'd already had 2 years hitting the ground running. But I walked into this, and within 2 weeks we were faced with COVID, right? And it was challenge after challenge after challenge after challenge. And we overcame all of them. None of them held us back. When you look at the legacy of your tenure as mayor and the commissioners that you've had an opportunity to work with during that tenure and what preceded you as a commissioner, there will be very clear examples of your DNA on this city, our DNA working together, and everybody in this room's DNA. There's something to be proud for all of us of what we leave behind in whatever capacity we serve. So I'm forever thankful. The one person that I absolutely, right, has probably made even a bigger sacrifice than me is my wife, because she has had to endure. Everyone up here can appreciate this and can appreciate the impact on family, but none more so than her, because she really has a lot of times made a lot of sacrifices. And I know there are moments when she feels like a single parent, because there are, events I have to miss, right? Yeah, your wife too. And events I have to miss, or there's late night phone calls or meetings or, weekend interruptions when you're doing stuff with the kids. And all of us have it, right? She's a professional person as well. So she has a whole, work life that she has to balance as well. So the first order of thanks is to you, because you put up a lot of work. Secondly, I also want to thank, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of elected officials during my entire 29 years associated with the city. And it has been a tremendous experience for me, because in spite of what the public may think about what happens here and some of the debate and discourse, in the end, every single one of them is committed to public service. All of them. Doing what they feel is right. We may not always agree, but their passion is reflected in everything they do every day, and they should be recognized for that. Last but not least, I genuinely, the thing I will walk away from this job with that will be the most lasting to me is the relationships. Like, I look at this group here and I think, man, it's a special group. It really is. And I'm thankful to every single one of them, because they have made this city better. They've made the opportunity and the legacy, as I mentioned, that we've created, they've made that happen. And that bond, I'll never lose. And so I want to thank all of you. They deserve a round of applause, too. And as I said, they're the ones that I'm really going to miss. I mean, this job is hard. There's no way around it. You can't. And you can't do it for an incredibly long time because it will grind you. It will grind you. But the thing I will genuinely miss is the people that are up here. The electeds that I've had an opportunity to work with, the people that I've had an opportunity to work closely with. That's what I will miss. It's the relationships. So thank you for the recognition. Thank you for the opportunity. And you know, he and I are going to have a lifetime trying to go back and reflect on all the cool stuff we've done. So thank you, everybody. And thanks for
Still. So last but certainly not least is an organization that is near and dear to not only my heart, but to my wife's heart and to our cities. Miami Kids Magazine is ubiquitously present when there are events in our city, particularly with kids. They are always there. They always provide a free service. They're always educating and creating, promoting and organizing and enhancing all these events that we do: Halloween, Christmas, tree lighting, toy drives, community parades, Easter festivities, everything. They're always there. And I want to thank Carla for always being such a great friend. I think I was on the cover of the first one that they ever did. I think I was I don't know if it was the first one, but I was on the cover of one of them with my family. Was it the first one? It was the first year. Okay. And she's seen my kids grow up, and she's been part of seeing all the children of Miami grow up. When I talk about all these statistics, statistics are numbers. But every number is a person. It's a face. It's a name. If we have a 25 homicide or 26, that's a person. That could have been one of our family members, or that can be one of our family members. And I really believe that part of the reason why we're having so much success is because of organizations, not just the city, organizations outside in the community that are working hard, whether it's, you know, Lotus House, whether it's Camilla's House, whether it's the Homeless Assistance Center, but it's everything coming together as one network of basically like a family. And Miami Kids Magazine is part of that network of love and support that creates positivity as opposed to negativity, and it helps kids be on the right track. So, Carla, thank you so much. We love you, and thank you for all the hard work that you do for our city.
Well, thank you, Mayor. It is an honor for me to receive this proclamation. And I want to say thank you first because you believe in Miami Kids Magazine You were in our first year cover, also in our celebration. And it was great to see all the families get together with Gloria, your kids. This is more like a establishment. This is family. This is something that people come together and they can see who the mayor is, who all these people who are behind the scenes, who they really are. Miami Kids Magazine, as a media, we believe in inclusion. We believe in give a lot of information for family. When I started the magazine, I founded 10 years ago. I feel like we need something where families can get together, not only as a piece of paper, as an article that they can read online. More than that, we want to see faces. We want to know who our community is. And we start doing events. When we start doing events, I reached to Mayor Suarez and I asked for his support. And he said, absolutely, we want to do these events. We want the community be together. We want to have our special needs children attending this event, feel inclusive. And that's what we do. We continue doing. I also want to thank you, all his team that have been working for us during these 10 years, Cynthia, Gail, Barbara, Ophelia, everybody here in the city have been a family for us. We've been working really hard since day one until the last event. Also the Commissioner Pardo, who also support our family festival in June, Commissioner Rosado with our joint fall festival, and all the other commissioners who also are always there for the community. We appreciate that you put this together, supporting Miami Kids Magazine and so many other organizations. Thank you so much. Please come here, join me to celebrate, to get this award, because this is not only us, it's you guys as a team, because we work together. Thank you very much. I appreciate this award.
Thank you. Before I come off the dais, I just want to piggyback off something that our city manager said. Obviously, I want to thank all of you, my bosses, the residents of the city of Miami, for investing your trust in me not once, but twice, in my election and my re-election. But we can't do the work for you without our employees in the city of Miami. We have 25 plus departments that are all led by department heads. We have assistant city managers, deputy city managers, and we have approximately 5,000 people that work day in and day out to make this city function. And there's a great book called The Signal and the Noise. If you haven't heard it, or you haven't read it, you should read it. And the premise of the book is, yeah, sometimes it's noisy, but what you're not seeing is what's happening behind the scenes day in and day out. And I think that's why sometimes as elected officials we get frustrated, because we don't care about the 1% or 2% of the time when things are not functioning in the right way, or when people are arguing with each other or fighting with each other. We care about the 98% of the time that things are functioning well, that things are getting done, and that the city is running smoothly. I can't tell you how many compliments I get anywhere I go in the world, anywhere I go in this country, where people that talk about how clean our city is, how well run our city is. And so sometimes we're our own worst critic, right? Sometimes we're our own worst critic, and I get it, because we all have high expectations and high standards, myself included, which is part of the reason why I think we excel. But I want to thank every one of our employees, every one of our department heads, every one of our directors, every one of our assistant managers and deputy managers. One of the biggest privileges of the last week that I've had here, as I approach the last few days, has been the number of employees that have come up to me and said thank you. It has been really one of the most inspiring things. How much of them have said, I'm going to miss you, we're going to miss you. And community organizations as well, obviously residents. So thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
At this time, we are going to begin our meeting with prayer. Before we start our meeting, today our prayer will be given by Pastor Daniel Morales of the New Covenant Presbyterian Church.
Good morning. Let us pray. Most gracious and loving God, it is a gift to stand here this morning. It is a gift to gather among those who have been entrusted with the sacred work of leadership. And in this moment, it is a profound responsibility to be counted among the leaders of this city we love, this city we call home. Holy God, as these commissioners prepare to engage the work set before them, I pray first and foremost that your Holy Spirit would move their hearts. Help them to see not only the task before them, but the people they serve, neighbors from every walk of life, every story, every hope, as your beloved creation. Grant them eyes of compassion, that their thoughts, conversations, and decisions may be guided by your spirit of truth, justice, mercy, and love. Loving God, these are challenging and trying times for our nation, yet even in such times, you call us to seek peace. You call us to be merciful. You call us to be compassionate, to pursue what is just and good, just as you have been abundantly merciful and compassionate with us. Where division persists, inspire each commissioner to become a bridge builder, to sow unity where there is discord, to offer clarity where there is confusion, and to embody wisdom where the path ahead is uncertain. Strengthen them for the work of this day. Grant them integrity in debate, humility in disagreement, courage in decision-making, and a shared commitment to the flourishing of all who call Miami home. May everything accomplished in this chamber be rooted in dignity, fairness, and the common good. For all these things and for your guiding presence among us, we give you thanks. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read your statement for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. George Weissong, City Attorney, City of Miami. Detailed information about the processes, order of business, rules of procedure, and scheduling or rescheduling of City Commission meetings can be found in Chapter 2, Article 2 of the City Code, a copy of which is available online at www.municode.com. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose, before the hearing, any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commission that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. The meeting of the Miami City Commission is a limited public forum. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 11:10 a.m. and remain open until public comment is closed by the chairperson. Any person making offensive remarks or becomes unruly in the City Commission chambers will be barred from further attending City Commission meetings and may be subject to arrest. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or opposition to a speaker or his or her remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the Commission chambers. Persons exiting the Commission chambers shall do so quietly. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials, their staff, and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials may consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials, their staff, and the city administration up until the chairperson closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided here live at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to any and all city rules as they may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such a later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state their name, their address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114(4)C of the Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and city attorney's office on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing a verbatim record of an item considered at this meeting may request it at the Office of Communications or view it online at www.miamigov.com. Planning and zoning matters. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Parties for any PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may be physically present here at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0115 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami Zoning Ordinance, Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 in the City Code. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. The applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. City Clerk, would you please read your statement for the record?
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who are providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the City Clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may I administer the oath for the planning and zoning items?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we will be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, those are the PZ items. May I please have you stand and raise your right hand?
What is it, 33? RE9, page 33.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. Mr. Manager, do you have any items that will be withdrawn or deferred from the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. RE1 to be withdrawn. RE7 to be indefinitely deferred. SR2 to be deferred to January the 8th. FR1 to be deferred to January 22nd. FR9 to be indefinitely deferred. FR10 to be withdrawn. PZ1 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ2 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ3 to be indefinitely deferred. PZ5 to be withdrawn. And PZ11 to be deferred to January 8th. And that concludes the items.
Gentlemen, my colleagues, do you have any items that you'd like to withdraw or defer?
No.
Commissioner Rosado?
Madam Chair, would that be for the entire agenda at this time?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have anything that you want to have considered to be withdrawn or deferred.
I'd like to defer PH 16 and 17 to January 8th.
No, I'm going to wait to do that when we have a full commission, because somebody might want to have a conversation about it. Which one did you say?
PH 16 and 17.
Okay, so I'll wait till have.
I would like to defer till January 22nd any of the fee increases that are on here, which I have RE3, and somebody can correct me if I've missed one because there are a number of them.
So when we get to those, we'll do that when we get
Okay.
to each. Okay. So may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Approve the agenda with
So moved.
as is. Second.
Yes. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And my apologies, Chair, I need to read a brief statement into the record. Pursuant to Section 62-22 of the City Code, indefinitely deferred action initiated by the city will cost the city mail noticing, advertising, and posting of properties as applicable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the floor for public comment. I understand, hold on a second. I understand we have some elected officials in the office, in the chambers, and we're going to allow them as a professional courtesy to speak first. I believe the first speaker will be our Coral Gables Mayor, Vince Lago.
Chair,
Yes.
if I may, and I apologize that this is coming at this time. I will be bringing in a pocket item, reference property for the fire department to be able to have it for a fire station in Little Havana.
When it's presented, we will open that up for public comment as well.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Good morning. I hope everyone's well. Happy holidays. My name is Vince Lago, and I have the privilege of being the mayor of Coral Gables. I want to thank the chair, the vice chair, esteemed members of the commission. Congratulations, city manager, city attorney, city clerk. Thank you for allowing me to be here today and speaking on behalf of something that is incredibly important. This is the third time that I have the privilege in 16 years to speak before the commission of the city of Miami. The first item that I spoke about in 2017 was in regards to limiting or eliminating completely hourly motels around the 8th Street corridor. The second time was at the request of Commissioner Rosado in regards to the Miami Loop. And today I'm here to discuss RE9. RE9 is the Housing Underserved Groups Safely, HUGS program, which again deals with the hourly motels on 8th Street. I was a sponsor of a piece of legislation that was adopted across Miami-Dade County and across the state of Florida, which eliminates hourly motels in our community. I've had the privilege to go alongside through drive-alongs with our police chief and assistant police chief of the city of Miami, Mr. Perez. What I have witnessed in those 12, a little over a dozen overnight raids will keep you up at night. And as a father of 2 young girls, I've witnessed sex trafficking, I've witnessed prostitution, I've witnessed drug dealing, I've witnessed things that do not belong in my city and do not belong in your city. The sad case is that when I voiced my opinion on this matter, I was immediately targeted by those owners of those motels to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars of campaign contributions, which eventually targeted my reputation, not only in the city of Coral Gables, but throughout Miami-Dade County. Thank God we were able to vanquish those issues. And many of those owners live in my city while they conduct business in the city of Miami. So why is it important that we support Commissioner Rosado's move here? It's important because allocating these funds in the budget to purchase these motels will transform our community, will be a safety net. And it's not only about the city of Miami, it's about the city of Coral Gables. So I want to thank you and ask the members of the commission to please support. If I may, just one last thing, Madam Chair.
You know the people are pointing at me right now. Your 2 minutes
All right.
are up. They are looking at me, waving at me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our next speaker will be Madam Commissioner Orbis, one of our newly elected Miami-Dade County Commissioners.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Natalie Milian Orbis, Miami-Dade County Commissioner for District 6. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'd like to first of all start off by congratulating Mayor Francis as he leaves the city and highlighting the incredible work and legacy that he leaves here, and I wish him all the best to him and his family, and I thank him for his years of public service. I'm here today regarding item RE9, sponsored by Commissioner Rosado, because any effort to improve public safety and address the longstanding concerns in Miami neighborhoods is extremely important to me and the families that I represent. I'm proud to have the Flagami and Grapeland Heights communities within my district, and I know how much our residents care about the stability and the well-being of the areas that they call home. I want to recognize Commissioner Rosado for bringing this forward and bringing this conversation, and for his steady attention to neighborhoods and the quality of life of all of our residents. I also want to acknowledge Commissioner Gabela, whose district includes communities that overlap with me. And both of you have shown a real commitment to uplifting our residents and strengthening the fabric of our shared neighborhoods. As the city continues its work, I look forward to collaborating with all of you and with our residents. My focus is always to be a force for good wherever cooperation can support cleaner, safer, and stronger communities for the people that we all serve. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak, and wish you very happy holidays. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Before we start, could I ask a question, Chairwoman? When will be the next swearing in? No one knows. Okay, that's good.
The next one.
The electeds have to determine. I'm not sure when the mayor-elect is going to have her swearing in, but I'm sure everyone will know, and I'm not sure when the new commissioner is going to have his swearing in. But we'll all be notified. The clerk is nodding his head.
My name is Chaplain Stanley Young of Freedom Prison and Jail Ministry. I have been serving in Miami since for the last 3 years, to helping walking the streets of Miami, helping those who don't have a voice in this wonderful hall. What I first want to share with you, 500 Northwest 2nd Avenue is where I preside. I don't receive a dime. I don't receive a paycheck from this organization, nor do I really looking to get one. I wanted to make that perfectly clear. Everything we get goes to helping and assisting these inmates that are coming out of our prisons and jails right here in Miami-Dade County. The ones that, I'm speaking on PH1 for the CBOs that are out there who needing your support, needing your help, just needing for you just to answer their phone calls when they call. Also, just love Lotus House that are helping those women getting their life straight. I've been over there. I've seen it. I met the people. I met the staff. I think they're doing a great job. And those are some of the organizations that I have been in contact with. But helping those like you have been doing. You've been doing, I think, a great job, but we need to do more to helping those who don't or who do not come down here to this facility to let their requests be made known to you. I'm here to let you know I invite you to come to be a part of what I do and what I do. Just reach out to me, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Henrietta Schwarz, and I live at 2627 South Bayshore Drive. I'm a native of South Florida. I say this because I have witnessed over and over how our government has misappropriated tax dollars in ways that fail to provide the promised tangible benefits to citizens of our fine city. We should do better. You all can do better. Here are 3 examples out of the 100-page agenda. First, PH 10. The mayor wants to give $250,000 from the city coffers to supplement an event put on by Mascot Sports, a for-profit company that is charging $150 a ticket for a 5K run and DJ concert. Really? Miami needs to supplement DJ parties? Is this how our mayor wants to spend his discretionary fund? To help Californians? Why not distribute that money to local organizations that take care of Miamians? Second, PH 12, Watson Island. Why not pay the state of Florida $4 million to lift the deed restrictions currently on the parcel? This deed was put in place to keep the land in public hands. Then the city can sell the land at its current market value of around $300 million. We need to make money, not a giveaway to a company listed to a private residence in Davie, Florida. Third, allowing civic C1 zone parcels to become apartments or whatever without public input is inappropriate. For historical context, when Mercy Hospital tried to do this, they lost a very expensive lawsuit. Cutting out the public in matters that affect the public should not be allowed. My message is simple. Please, I urge the commissioners to pause and reflect on managing our tax dollars for the benefit of Miamians, not outside interest and developers. Thank you. Happy holidays. Goodbye, Mr. Carollo, and goodbye.
Please, no names. Please, folks, do not, in your public comments, do not address any of us by name. Good morning. Not for good or bad.
Good morning, unnamed commissioners.
Thank you, Elvis.
Elvis Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street, regarding PZ 13, residential in civic institutional zoning. I hope you read the article in the Coconut Grove Spotlight. Please stop the insanity of pushing infinite growth. Is the plan to have an affordable housing unit available for anyone who ever wants to move here? How much is enough? How much is too much? What about our quality of life? Don't ignore the realities of traffic congestion, neighborhood character and scale, potable water supply, sewage treatment and garbage disposal capacity, parking capacity, hurricane evacuation time, and park acreage per 1,000 residents. It doesn't make sense to allow infinite growth on limited land, limited infrastructure, and limited resources. PH 12, Watson Island, and Mel Reese, RE 13, PZ 16. It would be so nice if the city of Miami saw its parkland as a precious asset to be protected and preserved, instead of seeing it as vacant land for construction projects for well-connected, rich campaign contributors. Yes, these passed the referendum, but they should have never been on a ballot. I urge you to look after the public's best interest instead of the developer's best interest. The Watson Island deal stinks. Don't sell the land, let the lease run out, however many years that takes, then make that land a park as it was originally intended to be. Don't you want the voters to like you? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Alexander Miles, and I reside in the city of Miami.
I lead state and local housing policy in Florida for Enterprise Community Partners, and I'm here in support of item PZ13. I want to thank Commissioner Rosado for his leadership in sponsoring this item today. Enterprise is a national nonprofit that exists to make a good home possible for millions of families who need one. Since 1982, we've created or preserved homes across the country, including here in the city of Miami, to expand workforce housing options. Earlier this year, Enterprise helped advance Senate Bill 1730 through the Florida legislature, which created the Yes in God's Backyard, or YIGBY tool. The law gives local governments a clear, optional pathway to allow housing on faith-owned properties when they choose to use it. PZ13 is how Miami is choosing to implement that tool locally, and it could make Miami the first city in Florida to put YIGBY into practice. Houses of worship are long-standing pillars of Miami's neighborhoods and are often owners of well-located, underused parcels near jobs, transit, and services. This ordinance provides clarity and predictability for houses of worship that want to say yes to building attainable workforce housing on their land. Statewide, fully using this tool could open up tens of thousands of faith-owned parcels for housing, and Miami can help lead the way today. By adopting PZ13, the Commission unlocks the potential of religious land for community benefit, expands housing choices for Miamians, and shows that faith-based planning and development is part of the solution. Enterprise looks forward to continuing to partner with the City of Miami, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andy Parrish, 3940 Main Highway. Once again, I'm following Elvis, so I'm speaking on most of the things he spoke about, but a little differently this time. Some of you may remember a poem called Trees by Joyce Kilmer. We all had to learn it as how not to write a poem. So I rewrote it, and it goes like this. This is High Rises, with apologies to Joyce Kilmer. I think I shall never apprise a building as lovely as a high-rise whose greedy developers press commissioners' zoning changes to bless, a high-rise that blocks the breeze all day for unfortunate homes that fall under its sway, a high-rise that claims to be affordable, providing nests for the wealthy and absentees. That's deplorable. Upon whose votes should the blame fall? The state? The county, the city, all? Poems can be as bad or good as can high rises, but God help us all if we don't have choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Margulies. I live on Rice Street in Center Grove. As the old adage goes, the last one in gets the sale. Notice that public comment is always first, mostly ignored and quickly forgotten. So who's last? The lawyers, the lobbyists, and developers, of course. We've all seen them walking around City Hall like they own the joint. I mean, it's crazy. It's almost as if they used to work here. The taxpayers, your constituents, us, we get 2 minutes each. By comparison, how much time do the lawyers and lobbyists get at the podium, in your offices, in closed-door meetings? No matter how many residents take the time to come here to voice our concerns about rampant overdevelopment and the resulting consequences, our commissioners don't seem to hear us. What happened to campaign promises of prioritizing residents and promises to shake things up, to get things back to the basics of serving residents? If you're truly concerned about climate change near the coastline, then why would you even consider putting more people in harm's way until remediation efforts have been implemented? It seems like the city is always thinking of new and creative ways to cram more people into a finite space, PZ13, without first curing our infrastructure problems. Why not create a resilience trust fund with a mandate to act in advance of further development? Why not slow down and take the time to get it right? Why? Because the lawyers, the lobbyists, and developers are the last ones in, so they always get the sale. With waivers, exceptions, and even acknowledged mistakes, all sales are final, and the citizens of Miami are stuck with the bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, good morning. My name is Cesar Herrera. I am the head coach, operation director of the Miami Rowing and Water Polo Center. I am here talking on behalf of our organization that this year we need to renew the lease agreement that we have with the City of Miami. We want that you approve this renew with the same term that we have been working during the last time. I want that you know that it is the only program that really represents the city of Miami. We have been running this program during the last 50 years in this place. This organization, we work for the community. We have a lot of kids that they can follow their dream throughout this sport that is very hard. This group that we have been during all this time, they have been winning more than 70 different state championships, different medals in national level. That really we appreciate your help with this program for our kids of the community. Not only we produce medal, we produce value in this kid, and really we love the job that we are doing with this kid. Thank you so much for all the help that we have received during the last time from the different authorities of the city of Miami, the city manager office, the Commissioner Damian Pardo, the police department, and everything that they have been helping to work our program. Thank you so much and have a holiday.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Erica Scott. I'm here representing Miami Homes for All, address 3250 Southwest 3rd Avenue. On behalf of Miami Homes for All, I'm here in strong support of PZ13, an ordinance that allows affordable housing to be developed by right on land owned by civic, religious, and educational institutions. Thank you, Commissioner Rosado, for championing this important proposal. Miami is facing a severe affordable housing crisis. We are short 90,000 affordable rental homes for households earning up to $75,000 a year. Addressing this shortage requires bold and practical solutions, and PZ13 is both. There are two reasons why this ordinance matters. First, it empowers institutions to serve their communities. Across Miami, churches have vacant lots while parishioners struggle to afford rent. This ordinance allows these institutions to turn unused land into affordable homes, helping people stay connected to their neighborhoods. Second, it unlocks meaningful new housing capacity. The city has identified 668 civic use properties that would be eligible under this measure. At a time when every unit counts, this represents an important opportunity to increase the supply of affordable housing. We urge you to support PZ13 and help move Miami towards a more affordable, inclusive future. This ordinance gives our schools, churches, and civic institutions the tools to expand their mission and directly support the residents that they serve. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to addressing the housing crisis.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Commissioners. My name is Daisy Mara, and I live at 5624 Northeast Miami Place, and I'm a resident of the city of Miami. I'm also a member of Unite Here. I'm speaking today to ask you to vote no on PH 12. As a resident of Little Haiti, I can tell you how important the negotiation of the Magic City development was in 2019. Workers, community, government officials, and developers worked together to get a vibrant community benefits agreement. Today, you are entertaining a vote to allow a developer to buy city land for a bargain. In Little Haiti, we were able to negotiate a $31 million trust fund for the community. That is not what is happening here. Why can't you do the same? This is a bad deal for the city, it's a bad deal for residents, and it's a bad deal for workers. I urge you to do the right thing and defer this item to give us time to negotiate a deal that is worthy of the city of Miami. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Robert Kirby. I live at 1980 Southwest 33rd Avenue in the Coral Gate neighborhood, and I am the vice chair of the Coral Gate Homeowners Association. I'm here in support of RE 15 that's been proposed and for your review today. And it proposed expansion of access to amenities on schoolyards, on school grounds that on non-school hours. Currently, those school grounds are not available during school hours, or after school hours, I should say. We think that this proposal would be a big plus for the community. Currently partly raising 4 boys, and we're losing the battle to screen time. And too much screen time for boys, for kids in general, makes for anxious kids, depressed kids, overweight kids, yada, yada. There's a reason why countries are banning screen time for kids under 16. What the commissioners advised me is that more than 40 schools yards would be opened up for more hours so that the amenities could be available to more kids during, again, off-school hours. Anything that allows for kids to get out, play basketball, kick a ball, anything that allows kids more opportunity to move is good for those kids. So we support this resolution, support some sort of activity or launching where we have a play days or something like that to get the kids out of the house, get them moving, highlighting the fact that there's 40 additional schools now that have yards where kids can play. Thank you, sir, for this proposal. We think it's great for kids.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Chris McAlilly. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Miami, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Miami Rowing Club and asking you to approve the revocable license agreement that is before you on RE2. That agreement governs the relationship between the Miami Rowing Club and the city of Miami, on whose property we operate. That boathouse and associated property has been the home of the Miami Rowing Club for more than 40 years. The heart of the program is our storied youth program. You just heard from Coach Cesar Herrera. Just yesterday, he was recognized nationally as the Coach of the Year. He has led, and his predecessors have led, a nationally recognized youth rowing program. In addition, there's a master's rowing program, and the Miami Rowing Club is the home of our dragon boat teams, including Save Our Sisters, the women and men, breast cancer survivors. They compete internationally, as do other dragon boat teams and our outrigger canoe teams. Between it, there are hundreds of athletes out on that Marine Stadium basin every single day. It's important that you know that the direct supervision by the city of the Miami Rowing Club is by the Parks and Recreation Department. That department is physically based there. They drafted this agreement. It's one that fairly compensates the city but ensures that our rowing program and paddling program continue to be viable. So we ask for your support and thank you for that agreement, and thank you for your support that we've enjoyed for many years.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Christine King and also City Commission. I just wanted to say it is a pleasure just to be here today. And I wanted to know, is it a possibility to bring up the mega kids because they will have something special they want to say to our chairwoman for giving back to this community. The reason why I'm here today, I fully support PH4. My name is Samantha Quarterman. I'm the Executive Director of Multi-Ethnic Youth Group. I actually been in the district for over 20 years, District 3 and 5. And I just would like to thank Christine King's office, Chairman Christine King's office, for the support that she has portrayed for us as MEGA. One of the things I like to say, when she did not have to, she came to one of the kids' graduations. And at that time, her father has passed. And it just shows the commitment that she has to this public. And the kids just wanted to say a special thank you to you and your office. Is it okay if they come up? Okay. Mega kids, come up, please. And they are the generation of adolescent leaders. They are the youth of tomorrow. And a lot of our kids are suffering with reading, learning disabilities, and everything else in a distressed area. But they are standing because we have commissioners like this and commissioners like you. I'm going to bring up one of our youth. That's a part of MEGA. She's been a part of MEGA for a couple of months now. Don't like to read out publicly, but she's going to do it today for you. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Savannah Ralph, and I'm a 16-year-old. I'm here today as a proud student of MEGA After School Program, a program that has truly changed my life. MEGA is more than just a school to me. It feels safe. It feels like home. The teachers and staff actually believe in us, even on the days we struggle to believe in ourselves. They don't just teach us schoolwork, they teach us confidence, respect, responsibility, and how to find our purpose. I also want to share a little bit about who I am. I'm currently a hairstylist, and also because of MEGA, I've started looking at hair not just something that I'm good at, but also a business. This program teaches me This program teaches us about entrepreneurship and how to turn our skills into real opportunities. I also dream of becoming a pediatrician one day. Mr. Method supports all our goals and brings in different professionals to talk to us about the careers we want. Hearing these stories makes me feel like what I want in life is really possible. Because of Mega, Before Mega, I wasn't sure about my future. Now I walk in every day knowing I matter, my education matters, and my dreams matter. Mega is shaping me into a better student, a better leader, and a better person. I'm proof that when a community invests in its youth, amazing things can happen. Thank you for your time and for supporting Mega Learning Center. Your help means more opportunity for students like me today and in your future. Also, a special thank you to Ms. Christine King. Thank you.
Thank
And we could not do this without programs that you invest in, and thank you again.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rita Clesis. I'm a resident of Coral Gables. I'm parent of a rower at MRC, Miami Rowing Club, as well as a rower myself. The youth program is really the heart and soul of MRC. Over 2,000 children have come through the program, led by Cesar Herrera, who was just yesterday the nationally recognized as Coach of the Year. Rowing is an extremely challenging sport, both physically and mentally, and in today's day and age, our kids don't have enough opportunities to develop the determination, resilience, and grit they need to succeed not only in sport, but in life. This program gives them that chance. We are here as parents and rowers to urge the Commission to renew the license agreement as it was written, which will ensure the ongoing viability of the program. And our kids practice daily in the Marine Basin, and we're very grateful for the Marine Patrol presence that keeps them safe, and hope that also continues. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Priska Urban, and I'm the current Commodore of the Coconut Grove Sailing Club. I live on Mary Street here in Miami, and I'm here in speaking in favor of PH 13. Since our founding in 1945, our mission has been clear: to create an inclusive space where men, women, and children can enjoy the sport of sailing. Over the past 8 decades, CGSC has taught more than 100,000 people to sail. Many of our young sailors have gone to compete to the highest level, even the Olympics. Today, our programs are the highest level, and we continue to nurture talent and ensure that sailing is accessible to all. But CGSC is more than a sailing club. It is a community. Families come together, friendships are forged, and generations connect through shared experiences. We partner with students from local high schools so they can sail out of our club. And through scholarships and outreach programs, we ensure that sailing is accessible to all, regardless of background and means. For many young people, CGSC is not just a sailing club. It is a safe harbor, a place to grow, to learn, and to belong. We host countless national and international regattas, events that bring visitors from across the globe, generating significant economical impact and showcasing Miami as a world-class sailing destination, strengthening our city reputation. Commissioners, today I ask your support in improving our new lease. This is not simply about preserving a sailing club. It is preserving a legacy of education, partnership, collaboration, and community impact. CGSC has been a cornerstone of Miami for 80 years, and with your partnership, we can ensure that this legacy continues for generations to come. Thank you for your consideration and your leadership.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Santos. I'm here as a parent of rowers at the Miami Rowing Club in support of renewing our current licensing agreement with the City of Miami. I want to thank the City of Miami for providing the safety efforts in the last couple of years that has really changed the way the club operates on the basin. And I want to emphasize the importance of preserving our access to the basin by renewing the current agreement. Our club, for those of you who don't know, is small, but it's endured for over 50 years consistently and quietly, but it's risen lately to a national level of recognition, and we have the City of Miami to thank for that, a lot of that success, along with our coach, Cesar Herrera, who was just nationally recognized yesterday. So thank you very much for your support. It's really appreciated.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Peter Wisniewski. I live at 2800 of Mathis Street here in the Grove, and I'm here on behalf of PH 13 as well. My family and I moved to Miami 6 years ago, and the Coconut Sailing Club isn't just a place we visit. It's become sort of the cornerstone of our lives. Every week we're out on the water practicing a sport, but also seeing friends and building community. When we arrived in Miami, my two young sons, Peter and Alec, were nervous about finding their footing. Coconut Grove solved that immediately. Beyond the friendship they quickly formed, sailing has proven to be an unparalleled teacher. It teaches them responsibility. You can't leave the dock without having thoroughly checked your boat. It teaches resilience. Every sailor knows what it's like to capsize and have to work quickly and calmly to right the boat. These aren't just sailing skills, but life skills. But the value extends far beyond the lessons learned by the kids. We found here is truly an exceptional community. From the seasoned members who mentored newest junior members to the volunteers who tirelessly run our weekly races and social events, there's a palpable sense of shared purpose. Both my wife and I have taken numerous classes at the club over the last few years, from basic keelboat to coastal cruising. The coaches that we travel and see regularly are now like family. Coconut Grove Sailing Club has given my sons new friends and new confidence. It gave my family a welcoming community who are supportive, encouraging, and passionate about not just sailing, but the bay, the environment, and helping make Miami all that it is. It's an invaluable asset to the area. We're deeply grateful for everything the club provides, and to the city for the partnership, and I respectfully ask that you vote to approve the new lease. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justine Segrera, and I'm a resident of Miami and a proud parent of the of a rower at Miami Rowing Club. MRC is more than a sports program. It's a Miami institution. For decades, MRC has opened its doors to young athletes from every neighborhood background, offering not only world-class coaching, but also scholarship opportunities that make the sport accessible to all. My daughter is part of the girls' team, and through MRC, she has grown in discipline, confidence, teamwork, and resilience. The coaching staff, led by nationally recognized Cesar Herrera, is deeply committed to the developing athletes both on and off the water. Their dedication has shaped generations of Miami youth and continues to strengthen our community. Thanks to the support of the City of Miami, our police department, and our Marine Patrol for keeping the Marine Stadium Basin safe for our rowers. I respectfully ask that you vote to preserve and continue the license agreement for Miami Rowing Club. Your support ensures that this vital program, serving novices, scholarship athletes, and master rowers alike, can continue to provide opportunity, mentorship, and a safe and positive environment for so many Miami families. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alex Valdez-Pages. I am here in support of PH 13. I learned how to sail at CGSC when I was 6 years old alongside my sister. At the age of 10, I joined the race team and also took part in youth summer camps every single summer and eventually became a counselor. I then worked as a sailing instructor and coach at CGSC for over 10 years through summer camps, weekend sailing, and clinics teaching both children and adults in various types of sailboats on how to sail. I made many friends through the club over the years. I've taken probably hundreds of people sailing on a family sailboat, and I'm proud to know that I introduced many of them to sailing and the amazing resource that we have, which is Biscayne Bay. I can't stress enough how CGSC fosters a community that turns into family. I met my best friend through sailing as kids over 20 years ago, and he's now my son's godfather. Growing up at the club, learning how to sail, taking all the classes and being an instructor taught me so many life experiences that have helped me as a young man navigate adulthood, a career of Amazon, and most importantly, being a good husband and a father. The Sailing Club is a part of me, a part of my family, and I'm hoping you support the new lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gilbert Palacios, and I live at 7941 Southwest 164 Avenue, Miami, Florida. I'm organizing director of Unite Here, and I'm here today to ask you to vote no on PH 12. There's a huge concern with the proposed sale of prime real estate at Waxham Island. There's no reason to rush to sell this land. Residents have sued the city over issue with Waxham Island before and have taken a vote to ensure the sale of Waxham Island is a fair market value. I ask that this collaboration with the community, we can use responsible and good development in our city like we have done in the past development. This is a bad deal for the city, a bad deal for residents, a bad deal for workers. I urge you to vote no and to defer this item to give us time to negotiate a deal worthy of City of Miami. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman, Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. My name is Melissa Sheffield, and I am here to speak on behalf of the Coconut Grove Sailing Club. I'll be reading a letter from a representative from the school system who unfortunately was not able to attend today. Her name is Janine McLeod, Dr. Janine McLeod. She lives at 5820 Southwest 63rd Court, South Miami, Florida, 33143. For the past 22 years, Coconut Grove Sailing Club has been a vital and valued partner to the Miami-Dade County Public Schools Anchors Away program. I'm a physical education teacher on special assignment, which means that I specialize in adaptive physical education. I've had the privilege of teaching swimming, sailing, and kayaking to students from across our large and diverse district, something that would simply not be possible without the facilities and support of CGSC. This long-standing partnership has allowed us to provide outdoor, water-based education to over 20,000 students from every corner of the county. Remarkably, nearly 45% of our participants are students with special needs, whether physical, emotional, or cognitive. The club has been consistently accommodating and supportive of all of our students, welcoming them with care, dignity, and professionalism. For many of our students, CGSC has provided a true first, the first time on a dock, the first time in a kayak, the first time feeling the wind while learning to sail, the first time learning how to be safe and navigate the water. These are transformational experiences, and students have gained life skills, confidence, and a deepened connection to the natural world. Some have gone on to compete in the Special Olympics. Others return eager to share what they've learned with their families, many of whom have never had access to the water at all. These moments matter to the continued developments of our students. This partnership has provided the opportunity for powerful hands-on learning for science classes as well. Biology and marine science students are able to explore the environment firsthand, spotting fish, observing ecosystems, engaging with the world beyond the classroom.
Thank you.
The impact of this program is critical. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Grant Stern, 425 Northeast 22nd Street. I'm here today to speak on a few different items. First of all, of course, to support our wonderful sailing club, the rowing club, and to say how that example of licensing and prudent management also points out that we should do the same with Watson Island. The city has a perpetual interest in our waterfront and needs to maintain that, and we need to be long-term thinkers here. And that's what was lacking in the city about 8 years ago when there was a major sea change election. It brought in people who made huge impacts. They selected the current city manager. They retaliated against their political foes and cost the city millions of dollars. And in addition to that, there's something I want to bring to your attention that's very relevant to a couple of the items like SR1 and FR8, which are very mundane items about fees. Because the city of Miami just lost in court last week in the 3rd District Court of Appeals on a case that stems from overcharging people fees from 2017 and 2018 when the new administration came in and hired a new city manager who just lost his attempt to be the mayor of this city coming up soon. And that's a $75 million budget hole that you guys now have to face, the new commission. The people who are going to sit on this commission, starting at the next meeting, will not include people like Commissioner Comunista anymore, and they will be responsible for cleaning up the messes. And so I'm asking you guys to put special consideration in everything you do, because the reality here is that you guys are managing the future of our city, and the past sitting here is over. The past is over, and we need to put it behind us. I won't miss the former city manager when he leaves, because he's been avoiding interviews for 2 years now, the ones that he promised. We need to do better in this city, and I know that the 4 members of this commission who shall remain nameless are going to do better in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Chairwoman, I would like to know whom this individual is calling a communist up here. He said, Commissioner Communist, and what proof does he have to defame somebody and call them a communist?
It's you, Joe.
Okay? Thank you very much, so that I could deal with it
Thank you, Mr. Stern.
when I'm a civilian again.
Thank you.
By
But
all means.
I want to thank you.
You have my
Little
address,
Billy.
sir.
Thank
wanna
you.
thank you
Thank
very much
Thank you, Mr. Stern.
for
Thank you, Mr. Stern.
giving me the freedom and liberty that now I will have, where I will not be a hostage to the city anymore. While you and him and guys like you will still be your miserable, hateful individuals, and I will have a life. I will enjoy life. I will enjoy the world. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Simpson in favor of PH 13. I'm currently the general manager of Coconut Grove Sailing Club. My journey here wasn't planned. It just happened. I moved to Miami from Washington, D.C. with background in organizational behavior. And before I had even settled in, I was introduced to a few club members who connected me with the Commodore and manager at the time. I began consulting a few days a week on their billing and marketing, which quickly became 5. And now, 17 years later, this past October, I'm still here and proud to call this place my home away from home. When I first moved to the West Grove, my neighbors didn't know what the club did. I wasn't from a sailing or community service background myself, but I felt a responsibility to change that. I fell in love with our mission and found it rewarding to design programs that turn people's uncertainty into excitement. Many Commodores have mentored me along the way, and I still value their support and collaboration. One of the greatest joys of my job has been watching children grow up from 6-year-old sailors into confident young adults. We heard one speak earlier. It's a beautiful reminder of the impact our programs have, teaching sailing. It teaches independence, teamwork, problem solving, resilience, and for adults, adaptability and real-time decision-making. To me, it's also a form of active meditation and strengthens the body and mind. I've had a pleasure of meeting people all over the city and showing them that sailing is accessible to everyone. Transportation challenges, fear of water, even not knowing how to swim, we can help overcome all of it. Biscayne Bay has so much to offer, and I'm grateful to help others experience. Providing scholarship to Miami's youth has been one of my proudest responsibilities. These opportunities relieve financial stress, open the doors, promote diversity, and demonstrate our commitment to the community. The club and I appreciate you and our partnership all of these decades. As we celebrate our 80th year, I'm honored to be a part of its story, and I look for many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Blanca Wolf. I live in 560 Southwest 2nd Street, City of Miami. I am here to ask you to vote no on PH 12. I work for the Miami Airport because I have a union job. I am able to live in this city. We cannot allow developers to come into our cities and buy our land for pennies without securing good jobs. This is a bad deal for Miami. Please vote no on PH 12 and keep negotiating. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Greg Franco. I live in District 2. We understand the city negotiated a horrible lease in Watson Island in early 2000. We understand the city currently owns the land, yes, owns the land, subject to the restrictions in the original RFP. And any owner of the fee simple will be subject to those restrictions. We also know BH3 Merrimack paid $110 million for the 11-acre lease and development rights, $10 million per acre. This parcel is 3.2 acres, so they paid $32 million. Add in the $29 million for the fee simple and the $9 million for affordable housing, that's $70 million. If this deal goes through, nothing would stop them from turning around and selling this property tomorrow for $250 million. Integra's appraised value with the restrictions on the buildable units and hotel rooms. They can make $180 million without ever breaking ground. And what did the city get? Nothing more than what they have today plus $9 million. Second, the city memo points out that selling the condos in fee simple instead of a timeshare will result in an additional $2 billion in property tax with a net present value of $320 million. If there is an additional $320 million in property tax, what's the additional value to the developers? More than $9 million they are contributing to affordable housing. Why? Because property law teaches us that property rights are like a bundle of sticks. The highest value is when all the rights are controlled by one party. The sum of the sticks is greater than its parts. Each party is coming to the table with a stick, but the city is getting, at best, nothing more than the value of the rights they currently have, and BH3 Merrimack is walking away with 100% of the increased value from the bundle. With a newly elected mayor and city commissioner, this commission should do what the Herald editorial board suggested: defer this vote and negotiate a piece of the increased value. The fair market value the voters approved. According to the Herald, the developer's own appraisal found the land without the lease restrictions to be worth 70 to 80 million, not 20 to 30. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Buenos días, comisionada. Mi nombre es Héctor Canales. Vivo en 570 Southwest 6th Street, Miami FL 33130. Y vivo por 30 años en Miami y pertenezco a la Unión 355. Y vengo a empujarlo a ustedes para que voten no al PH 12. Esto no es un buen negocio para Miami, ni para los trabajadores, ni para la comunidad. Así que hay que desarrollar mejores compañías, pero con responsabilidad para el bienestar de toda la comunidad y todos los trabajadores de Miami. Vota no al PH 12. Gracias.
Gracias.
Hello, my name is Hector Canales. I live at 510 Southwest 6th Street, Miami. I have been a Latin resident here for 30 years and also a Unite Here member as well. I'm here today to urge you to vote no on PH 12. It's not a good business deal for our city, for our residents, nor for our workers. We deserve responsible development. Vote no.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Rob Piper. I reside at 1401 Southwest 17th Terrace. I'm here to urge you to vote no on PH 10, simply because why is $250,000 being set aside for a 5K race when there are speed bumps that need to be paid for and installed in Silver Bluff, when there's stormwater grates that need to be cleaned off in Little Havana? Regarding PH 12, I think the consensus is clear. It's a bad deal. Give it away for only $29 million. What are we? Are we the Miami-Dade College Board of Trustees? So let's not do that, please. And regarding PH 14, PH 15, RE 17, and RE 18, I would just ask just to defer those until next year, to give the new commission leadership in District 3 a chance to look those over. I'm for affordable housing as much as anyone, but when I read those items, I just have a lot of questions. And I would just ask, give the new commission leadership for the district that's going to be affected by those a chance to look those over and to share what they find with the people that spoke on earlier this week regarding what is best for District 3. Particularly regarding RE 17 and RE 18, why is a for-profit developer getting a $4 million loan to do this? Just many questions, and just give the people of District 3 and the new commission leadership the chance to weigh in on that as well. You don't have to just defer it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager. My name is Katrina Morris. I am a District 2 resident. I urge you to reject the $29 million Watson Island sale price. The city manager argues that the property is only worth $29 million because development restrictions remain in place after the sale. But let's examine what these restrictions actually allow. 105 luxury condos priced above $1 million each, 500 hotel rooms in 2 towers on prime waterfront, nearly 100,000 square feet of retail and office space, 40-story and 30-story towers. This isn't a restricted property. It's a highly valuable development program on irreplaceable Biscayne Bay waterfront. Fisher Island, and it may even be the same zip code, 33109, is the USA's most expensive zip code. BH3 themselves paid over $50 million, and now I'm hearing 100, just for the leasehold rights to build this exact project. According to news reports, your appraiser, Integra Realty Resources, valued this property at $257 to $342 million. The city should make the complete Integra appraisal publicly available so residents can understand how the same appraiser arrived at both $29 million and over $250 million. Furthermore, if the restrictions were truly limiting, why did BH3 pay so much for the leasehold? Why do they want to buy it now? We're also trading $2 million in annual rent for 99 years. That's $198 million in future revenue for just $29 million up front. The voters approved the sale at fair market value. A price that is 90% below your appraiser's valuation is not at fair market value. It's not an emergency. This isn't a fire sale. And I don't like that as a resident, I have to sit here and learn about stupid leaseholds when our attorneys should be advising you that this is a really bad deal. I just don't get it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Commissioner. I'm Vincent Delgado. I'm representing the seniors of the Hostos Senior Center up. The address is 1897 Northwest 20th Street. We serve over 100 seniors every day for meals, and we have not received no funding yet from the city of Miami. We received funding from the county, but still now we are not receiving no funding yet for the city of Miami. And we are working in the fiscal year budget, which started in October 1st, and now we are not the money to cover the seniors that we have in the center that correspond to the city of Miami. I have 52 seniors from District 5, 53 seniors from District 1, and I still have not received those funding for those seniors. Please, take in consideration that the senior cannot be hungry, and we have to serve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good afternoon. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. James Torres, President of the Downtown Neighbors Alliance. Wanted to bring up RE number 9. No community feels the urgency of homelessness crisis more directly than the downtown community. We're here in support of that particular resolution. Let's be clear, not supporting this initiative would be turning a blind eye on the problem that impacts downtown more than any other neighborhood in the entire city of Miami. This is an important item that benefits the most, as what we've seen this morning, and it's encouraging to see the support of other municipalities here today, including West Miami, Coral Gables, and even the County Commissioner, Natalie Orbis. They realize that this is an important issue that should be addressed front and center. Supporting this initiative also means doing it responsibility. Using leverage on financial tools, don't spend the cash without matching the funds, including the Homeless Trust that could be a part of this issue, and it's important that they are involved, to making sure that the key KPIs are structured the right way for this item. We are asking you not to slow down in moving progress forward on this item. It's investing in the future of downtown and the entire city. Downtown residents fully support this item and this initiative moving forward in the right direction. Even though you're going to be taking money from the Bayfront Trust of about $1 million, we're asking that specific $1 million that's coming from the Bayfront Trust is accounted for and making sure that it's used in that structure for downtown. Our only request is simple. Move forward with this item. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. To Art and Ace, thank you so much for helping us on the noise ordinance for construction. Best wishes in the holiday moving forward. Thank you for being a champion on the noise.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Z. Sultan, Vice President of the Downtown Neighbors Alliance. I'm here to speak on agenda item RE9. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. I want to address the Bayfront Park Trust decision to allocate $1 million towards the purchase of motel properties intended for homeless services. Downtown residents understand the urgency of addressing homelessness, especially because the majority of the issue is concentrated in our district. The initiative to acquire motel properties is a meaningful step, and homelessness is a core concern for us at the DNA. We support the effort strongly. At the same time, the Bayfront Park Trust funds exist for a specific purpose to support Bayfront Park and enhance the quality of life for downtown community. Allocating funds towards a homelessness strategy can align with that purpose, but only if the benefit to downtown is clear, direct, and guaranteed. So if $1 million is taken out of that trust, we respectfully ask that downtown's contribution results in a direct, tangible benefit to downtown. This is a multi-jurisdictional initiative totaling more than $4 million, so some dilution across contributing areas is expected, but downtown's $1 million, we feel, should and must translate into a measurable, tangible benefit specifically for downtown and not simply blend into a countywide effort. Residents deserve clarity on how this contribution will improve conditions in the district the trust was created to serve. If trust funds are going towards property acquisition, downtown residents also deserve assurances regarding how the money is managed. Leverage should be used where possible through financing and partnerships rather than simply spending cash. Any operator or manager of these facilities should be chosen through a competitive, vetted, and transparent selection process, not informal or politically influenced decisions, and public dollars should be tied to clear performance metrics that demonstrate actual results. These are basic safeguards that ensure the responsible use of public funds. We are not opposing the initiative. We are advocating for strategic use and transparency and guaranteed local benefit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Billy Corbin on PH12, among others. First off, to your point about good morning, this meeting started nearly 1 hour late. Then there was an hour and 15 minutes of proclamations and presentations. Then you afforded a professional courtesy to elected officials to speak before public comment, which didn't start till 11:20. It's really disrespectful. There should be a time certain for public comment so people know when to arrive and don't show up before 9 a.m. and then have to wait around for almost 2.5 hours. And then you want to limit us and say we cannot say people's names, which you as an attorney know is a violation of the Constitution. The city attorney knows better, and you know better because you were taught better by Bruce Rogow, your First Amendment professor at Nova Southeast. Bruce Rogow. My point, that you've made my point for me. You were taught better by Rogow. And getting back to professional courtesy, Madam Chair, I would ask that you defer this entire agenda until the new year as a professional courtesy for the newly elected officials in last week's historic election. This is the last meeting for the mayor, for the D3 commissioner, hopefully for the city manager. And I think out of deference to them and respect for the residents who made a decision in D3 that they do not want anyone with that last name to represent them on this dais anymore, and they want to, let's go home. Let's celebrate the holidays. Let's spend time with our families, and let's come back in a new year, in a new day for the city of Miami and do the business of the people with the people that they want to do the business for them. And I wish you a happy new year and happy holidays. And finally, I'd like to submit a formal public records request for all the text messages you've exchanged today with lobbyist Ron Book. Hi, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman. First off, congratulations on your reelection. I am here today as a private citizen. I reside at 601 Northwest 37th Avenue and a proud resident of District 4. I'm here in support of RE9. I think it's very important that we are addressing many of the public safety concerns that are happening, especially in the Lagami neighborhood, which has been well taken care of by our police department, but there's obviously more that we could do and helping with some of the housing needs in our neighborhood, in our community. Thank you so much. Happy holidays to you all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Oh, ma'am.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, and may it please the Commission. My name is Kim Birkenfeld, District 2. I live at 2475 Brickell Avenue. I have a beautiful view looking south over the bay, and I'm here to support the Coconut Grove Sailing Club for the memories and because it makes people brave and strong. Do you ever feel like Tom Cruise when he's about to do something brave? I've never spoken publicly about this. I grew up in Oregon, in a small town in the woods, non-sailing family. Went to Brown, went to Harvard Business School, was working for PepsiCo in Honolulu when the Atlanta Olympics were announced, and I said, well, I'm going to try that, so I quit my job. My first Olympic regatta was at the Coconut Grove Sailing Club, and I came in last, but I got 7th in the trials for Atlanta up at Tybee Island. I got 3rd in the trials for Sydney, and I was training for the Athens Olympics and at the Grove Sailing Club. It was announced I was the top woman headed to Athens. I was one of Miami's best and brightest. I was working in online gaming on Brickell Key, and I could train out at the club. Online gaming back in 2002. Then I got hit. My sailboat, technically sailboat, got hit by a powerboat. GCS 6, coma for a month in Athens, Greece hospitals. The guy who hit me is a rock star in New Zealand who had already won a bronze medal in Los Angeles. So he will be coming back to Los Angeles in 2028. My life has been hell since Tom Cruise took the medal from Paris. It's like somebody's trying to push me down. 2475 Brickell, and I don't have a door because something happened, it had to be broken down. I've gotten the runaround from contractors for 8 months now. If you don't have a door, you don't have a home. Something's weird. I've got all the proof. Anyway, I'm here to support the Coconut Grove Sailing Club. Also, I want you to know the only stock that I own is Palantir. I have to do everything online. I can't get a walker. I can't get a pair of jeans. I can't get... These are the same boots I've had for 20 years. I'm just saying that since I got hit by the powerboat and it wasn't properly investigated and the guy ran down to New Zealand, it's like somebody's trying to push me out of the way before the games get to Los Angeles. So the sailing club makes people brave and it makes people strong. I support that, of course, and my only pleasure is at looking. When I get scared, I just look down over the bay at the sailing club because it makes people strong and it gives you memories. I would be very sad if it went away. So if anybody has a good contractor that can replace a door in a Brickell condo, please talk to me and my building engineer, who has not been helpful either.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of any of the items on this agenda? Seeing none, the public comment period is now closed. Go ahead.
So this is not, it's loud today. Good morning, everybody. It's not to speak about anything, although I have a million opinions. I know I only have 2 minutes, but I wanted to publicly say thank you to Commissioner Pardo for being a great supporter of the American Legion Veterans Day Parade that's held here in the Coconut Grove community. We have become one of the largest parades due to his support, due to the support of the city of Miami. The city manager, oh, well, he just came in, so his office as well as Commissioner Rosado and our Francis Suarez as well. So I know that you guys probably deal with a lot of beating up, but today I wanted to say thank you publicly. The veterans couldn't come, and we found out just yesterday this is our last day, so we were running in. But thank you so much for what you guys do for the Coconut Grove community, and this is on behalf of American Legion Post 182 Veterans Day Parade.
And Chair, if I just have the speaker's name before she leaves the chambers.
Okay. Ma'am, if you could give the clerk your name.
On the record.
Kimberly Davis, 4000 Grand Avenue. I am the Coconut Grove Optimist Club president.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of any items before this agenda? Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. Gentlemen, may I have a motion to approve AM1? Those are minutes from commission meetings.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Item passes. Gentlemen, on the consent agenda, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion? Commissioner Cabela?
I just wanted some clarification on CA4.
So we're going to pull CA4. Commissioner Rosado? No. Vice Chair?
No.
Okay. May I have a motion
Move.
to approve CA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Motion?
Moved.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Cabela, CA 4?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I was in the briefing yesterday, but the 860, where is that coming from? Anybody?
They're coming out now, Commissioner.
I'm sorry?
They're coming out now. Give us 1 second.
And Chair, while we're waiting on CA4, I just wanted to confirm that CA10 was part of the block voters of the CAs.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner. Juana Santana, Director of Residence and Public Works.
Just curious, the 860, I'm just curious, is it coming out of the tree fund on the building side? Where's it coming out of, the 860? The 860K?
Which item?
CA4, the tree purchase.
Okay, so that is awarding a contract. That is funding that we received through a grant that the Commissioner approved that we got from the Florida Department of Agriculture, and it's for implementation of the Streetscape Master Plan for the Southwest.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Juvenal, while we have you up here, I want to say thank you for putting the poinsettias on MLK Boulevard, celebrating the holiday. It looks beautiful with the tree lighting. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Gentlemen, of our PH items, are there any of the items that you would like to pull for discussion?
Chair, my
Got to vote on CA4.
A motion to approve CA4.
Have a motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Any items you guys would like to pull for discussion for the PH items?
I'd like to pull PH 12.
PH 12.
Are we, Madam Chair, I just don't recall, did we defer PH 16 and 17?
No. It is not, but those I cannot block vote. We have to vote on each one of those individually. Any outside of PH 12, any others to be pulled? No? Okay. May I have a motion for PH 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And now we can take up PH 16. May I have a motion? PH 16.
I'd like to defer PH 16 and 17 to January 8th.
I have a motion to
Second.
I have a motion and a second to defer PH 16 and 17.
Commissioner, for purpose of it, which meeting in January?
January 8th.
The first one?
15 and 16?
16 and 17.
Okay, 16 and 17. These are both of your items?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
PH 16 and 17 are deferred till January 8th. Now, Commissioner Rosado, you pulled PH 12.
I did. I pulled PH 12. Bear with me just a moment. I do. I've given this item a lot of thought. I had requested the deferral for this to this meeting from the last one, and I've been speaking to folks in the real estate industry, folks that can deal, that work on very complex deals, and I'm still not comfortable with where we are on this. Did up some research on our procurement code as well. I would like to make a motion, and let me be clear. I have respect for the folks that were awarded this that made the purchase that allowed them to enter into this project. That being said, I want to get to yes on this, but I'm not a yes on this at this time. I would like to be confident that we've negotiated the best possible deal for the city, and I'm not there at the moment. I have, in the past, worked with different individuals that are comparable to the firms that did the appraisals. I met with the appraisers. I asked a number of questions. I would like to make a motion to engage with Cushman & Wakefield to help us negotiate on the city's behalf, because I do think that there is room to make this a better deal that's more responsive to our residents and our taxpayers. I'm not trying to push this into the indefinite future. I think we can come to an agreement by January 22nd. I know that the manager, if we approve my motion, has the ability to engage with an outside real estate advisory firm that is within our procurement code to allow him to do so, and that would be my motion at this time. Not only do I think that there's room for additional public benefits, but I have concerns about the fact that the purchaser could, in fact, as someone referenced, could in fact turn around and flip the property, and that has major consequences. I don't want to go down. I think the vice chair made a statement along these lines at the last meeting. This is a really important real estate deal. This is historic, and I want to make sure that we're on the right side of history on this.
Madam Chair, can I weigh in?
Yes, please.
Look, I feel there have, for those of you that don't know, there have been safety guards that have been put in place at the last moment, which I wanted because what we were concerned about is that the property is worth a lot more money than what it is. Even the Herald said itself, I believe yesterday, that the value had substantially come down, and we have now put in place, I have asked for it to be put in place safety guards, that if in fact, for example, the developer decides to flip this property in, let's say, a year from now without doing anything at all, he has to pay us a penalty, okay, in a certain percentage. Okay, so that will not happen anymore. What I don't want to see is for this to drag on. We don't collect revenues. There's another saga somewhere down the line, and the property continues. And I understand the argument, that the millions and the difference and all this stuff. But the reality is that property sits there, doesn't produce anything, okay, and nobody is benefiting it at the moment. In my opinion, I think we need to take a vote on this today. Honestly speaking, and I'm ready for a vote. They have assured me not only verbally but on paper that this is going to be the case. That they're not going to flip it over, and if they do, they have a penalty to contend with. So I think we're pretty much going to be safe in that matter. So as for me, I'm ready to go on this.
Commissioner, if I could ask.
Hold on 1 second. Commissioner Pardo.
Yeah, well, we've been working with this for about 2 years, and it's complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. I think it's very, very important to understand that we already paid for 2 independent appraisals with great firms, Integra, CBRE. Both of those I've reviewed very closely. I used to do a lot of commercial real estate transactions. Those are both below $29 million. The Miami Herald got their own appraisal on this issue, came in below $29 million. In fact, their article last night summed all of this up in 2 paragraphs. Bottom line, it's complicated, but the $342 million valuation appears to be an unrealistic outlier. Meanwhile, two experts consulted by the Herald, concurring with the two independent appraisers that the city relied on, said that a deal in the $29 million range appears reasonable given the unusual underlying circumstances. That's largely because the city is handcuffed by a 99-year lease with developers for the site that was approved by the Miami commissioners and voters 24 years ago for a massive hotel and a massive commercial project that was never built. Because of the locked-in lease, the city says it does not fully own or control the land and thus can't sell it for its maximum open market value. Any change to these restrictions would have to terminate the lease, it would have to go to the voters, and it would start all over again. So this isn't something where they can turn around and sell it and somebody gets this big profit. This has been a very thought out, studied, and really looked at transaction for a significant period of time. I want to thank everyone that was part of the Zoom we hosted for the public and the residents, where we went through each appraisal step by step. The developers were able to speak. People were able to ask their questions in the webinar. And I think it's important for us to have the appraisals public. We have them public in our office. Anyone that wants to come by and look through them, we're happy to sit with anyone and have an appointment on this issue. But we feel it's a good transaction, and we definitely want to move forward.
Commissioner Rosado?
I have a question for Commissioner Gabella. He mentioned the addition of guardrails, and I think that is a good step, but I've not seen what those are. Was something added in the last few days? I've not seen the verbiage on that.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Manager?
So we're finalizing some language with law that is a result of a recommendation and a conversation that Commissioner Gabella had, both with the developer and with us, which will allow for the city to benefit from a percentage of the gap in the transaction should they decide, or the intent is to resell the deal or retrade it. We're working on that language now. I would suggest we maybe kick this item to the afternoon, allow us to finish it up, the language up, and then we can introduce it as an amendment to the item in the afternoon session.
First, I have to dispose of the motion. I have a motion to defer this item. Do I have a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. The motion on the floor that I would like, if it's okay with the chair, Commissioner Rosado has a motion on the floor to engage the services of Cushman and Wakefield. Is that something that you still like to proceed with at the moment, or wait till the afternoon?
I'm happy to make that motion now and to defer this item to January 22nd. I'm not looking to kick the can on down the road on this perpetually. I really think that, and I would only move it 4 weeks like that, just because I know we have the holidays in between. Otherwise, I'm happy to put it on for January 8th. But I know that gives us very little time. I'd like to see further negotiations on our behalf.
I have a motion to defer. Do I have a second? Motion fails for lack of second. And we will hear the item in the afternoon after we break. Gentlemen, of the RE items, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion and or defer?
Sorry, I wasn't here, but RE1 in the briefing. You said it was going to be deferred. Was that deferred?
It's withdrawn.
Okay, withdrawn.
RE1 is withdrawn, and RE7 is indefinitely deferred.
On RE15, I just want to make sure I'm listed as co-sponsor.
Wait a minute. RE7, I think that's not relevant anymore.
It's indefinitely deferred.
Oh, it was deferred. Okay, I wasn't here.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, I'm going to give me a minute here. RE9.
You want to?
I want to pull it.
You want to pull it?
For discussion.
Pull for discussion. RE9. Okay.
Give me a minute here. I'm almost done, me.
Madam Chair, RE12 can't be heard until...
I know.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so we're pulling RE9 for discussion. Commissioner Rosado, do you have any items that you would like to pull for discussion?
I would like to defer. Are we discussing deferrals as well, or just
pull for
If you want to, I can.
Sure. I'd like to defer RE3 to January 22nd.
RE3?
Yes.
Anything else?
I would like to, nope, that's it.
Okay. Vice Chair, are there any items that you would like to? All right. May I have a motion to defer RE3?
Motion.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second to defer RE3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I would like to defer RE5. May I have
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is there a date for that one?
To the first meeting in February.
First, who was the mover?
Commissioner Pardo.
Seconded.
Commissioner Pardo seconded. Who moved?
Who's the mover?
Oh, I'll move it.
I'll second it.
Commissioner Pardo, the mover. Commissioner Rosado, the second. Okay.
And that'll be February 12th, 2026.
Okay. There we go. May I have a motion for RE2, RE4, RE6, RE8, 10, 11, 13 as amended, RE14, RE15, RE16 as amended, RE17 as amended,
Motion.
and RE18. I have a motion.
Second.
And
All
Chair, 17 is yes. RE17 amend to include the resolution. Got it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Items pass unanimously.
What's the last say? RE9, right? Is
Yeah,
that
you
correct?
pulled RE9?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. You want to discuss?
Did you cover RE12?
We can't do that one until after
That's
the
right,
Omni
the meeting.
CRA
Thank
meeting.
you.
Gotcha.
Madam Chair, and I beg your indulgence, but I know that there's a speaker here for PZ14 who needs to leave. If there's a way to accommodate that, if possible.
No, I don't pull items out of turn, but thank you. But perhaps we can get to it because we're moving at a pretty good clip. Commissioner Cabello?
Yeah, so two things on RE9 that I'm concerned about. Number one, where are the $4 million coming out of? Okay, and number two, you mentioned motels along Southwest 8th Street, right? $4 million today doesn't buy you a lot of land. I wonder how many motels do you plan to buy? I mean, in today's prices, in today's world, $4 million, I don't think that, and I see this more as a policing problem and that kind of problem than really, start buying up, because the thing is, if reality sets in and you're going to start buying up the motels because of this situation and this, behavior that's going on, the prostitution in Southwest 8th Street, hell, you got to have a lot more than $4 million to get that done. So that's why I wanted to pull it to. And then number two, where is the funds coming out of on the foreign change?
Yeah, while the manager gets staff to supplement on the financial front, your point's a good one.
And I realize your point, by the way. I realize what you're saying. I'm not against what you're trying to do.
Yeah. So really, this checks off a couple of boxes. One of them is safety. So District 4 is by and large very, very safe, except where we have 27 motels principally along 8th Street and Flagler. I had my staff meet with the police chief and do a breakdown of where the crimes occur in the district and where they occur in the motels themselves. And we averaged out like how many crimes per door per motel, right? So just being larger doesn't mean you're necessarily less safe. But we pinpointed which are the most dangerous, and we've begun conversations with several of the property owners. We have 2 motels that have had homicides in the last year and a half. Somebody purchased one of them to create an opportunity for longer-term housing. That's Hermanos de la Calle. They did that on their own. That was underway at the time that I was campaigning, so I really had no role in that. And they own it fully, and they operate it themselves. And we're grateful for that because it was a very, very dangerous place. We have others that are very dangerous as well, and some of them are willing to sell. And so it isn't just safety, although that is very important. It's also the fact that we can provide long-term housing opportunities for folks at a very affordable price. So what we've been doing is meeting with nonprofits located in Miami-Dade County. I don't want to give anything away just yet until we finalize some deals, but it's nonprofits that you and I and all of us are very familiar with, as well as some for-profits that are in the workforce and affordable housing industry, principally catering to folks that are senior citizens and single mothers with children and folks that are disabled. So we're talking about folks that are the most vulnerable from a housing perspective of anybody in our community. $4 million wouldn't get us to buy. I'm not looking to put in all the costs involved in any purchase, but I'm looking to partner with organizations and split the cost with them. There are nonprofits that are very actively seeking places to house the folks that they serve. There are for-profits that are doing the same thing. So it's consistent with the items that we just approved just a few minutes ago in District 3 to be able to make some affordable and workforce housing deals viable. I'm looking to do the same thing, but in my particular situation, I'm looking to purchase existing properties because that's really where we can make an impact, not only helping folks to have a stable roof over their heads, but also make District 4 safer. And the reason we're setting this aside without tying it to a specific project is we want to know that we've got the funding available to us so we can be at the negotiating table with a few of the folks we've been talking to.
No, I understand that, but my point is, even if let's say you got 27 hotels at $500K, which is probably not accurate, more like a mil or north of that is probably more accurate. That's 13.5 mil that you're going to need, and then on top of that, you got to convince those guys to sell out at that price. You got to convince them. I see this more, and I understand the reason. I'm not questioning the reason. I'm not questioning, your judgment on why you want to do it. What I'm questioning is how to arrive at that. And then, but I heard your answer.
We're not looking, but before we get to the financial analysis, we're not looking to purchase all of them by any stretch, and some of them have really no calls for service. But we're specifically laser focused on the ones where the police has to go very, very often, and
so the bad ones.
Bad things are happening. And some of those folks are willing to sell. And I'm not looking for the City of Miami to put in 100% of the purchase. We've got folks that want to partner with us, but we need to be able to let them know what we have at our disposal to enter into deals.
Thank you.
But I appreciate the questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Erica Pascal-Darling. The sources identified for the HUGS program were $500,000 from G4 Housing Assistance and $2.8 of home ARP funds. There was $1 million identified previously, but there are some discrepancies in the use of those funds that we need to reconcile.
And that was the Bayfront dollars that have been referenced, and I'm happy to leave that out of the equation if that gives everybody comfort.
That should be left out of the equation.
I agree.
I'm fine with that.
Good.
So do I have a motion for RE9 as amended?
And I'm going to go along with it, but I don't want any funny business of the 4 mil or 4.5 dipping into somebody else's thing. So I'm stating it on the record.
Absolutely.
I'm going on goodwill here, to take care of your problem, but I'll state on the record, no funny business on the 4.5 mil where that's going to be gotten, that it affects another commissioner's district.
Okay, so it's as amended to not include any Bayfront Park money.
Correct.
Got it?
Or other commissioners' pot.
Or other commissioners.
Yeah,
well,
that's
it would-
designated to that commissioner or district.
Right, well, that couldn't happen anyway. Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries as amended. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the titles for the second reading items into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Second reading 1, SR 1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 10, Article 1, Division 2, Section 10-18 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended City Code titled Buildings in General, Building Administration Fees and Waiver, Building Permit Fee Schedule, Waivers, Elevator, Escalator, Boiler, etc. Amending Section 10-18 of the City Code to incorporate current elevator inspection fees, boiler, and unfired pressure vessel fees and fines for noncompliance, providing for severability and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 3, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 14382 for the abolishment of the Bayfront Park Management Trust adopted on July 10, 2025, to extend the effective date of such ordinance to July 15, 2026, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 4, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 55, Section 55-14 of the Code of the City of Miami, as amended, titled Subdivision Regulations, Encroachments onto, into, below, and or above rights-of-way, public easements, private easements, or emergency access easements, exceptions, to include for the allowance of encroachments above or below private platted alleys containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 5, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 55, Section 5510 of the Code of the City of Miami, as amended, titled Subdivision Regulations, Building Permits, Issuance, Restrictions, Exceptions, to exempt Miami-Dade County, county-owned property on unplatted land which is exempt from county platting requirements containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. That concludes the second reading items.
Thank you. Gentlemen, are there any items of the second reading items that you would like to pull for discussion?
SR 3, clarification. This we have to vote on. Can you enlighten me again, please?
So on this is a second reading. We already adopted it on first reading, extending the, as you know, there was an ordinance passed saying that the Bayfront Park Management Trust would be abolished on January 1st. This extends that time frame to July 15, 2026, and so we have to vote on it to extend the deadline.
Okay, but didn't we agree to not do that?
So we passed that. We got to bring something else up to.
Okay, but this doesn't abolish it automatically.
No, this.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to know. Okay.
Does anyone else want to pull any of the SR items for discussion?
I'd like to defer SR 1, and just to confirm, my understanding is SR 2 was already deferred to January 8th. Is that correct? Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Rosado, you mentioned, are you referenced SR 2?
Yeah, SR 2
Yes,
was already
SR 2 was deferred to January.
Deferred.
And I'd like to defer SR 1 to January 8th as well.
Do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant to say January 22nd.
I have a motion to defer SR 1 to January 22nd. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
January 22nd. Commissioner Pardo, do you have any items that you want to discuss for SR?
No.
Second reading items? Okay. Then may I have a motion for SR 3, 4, and SR 5 is going to be amended on the floor?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Administration does have a small on the floor amendment for SR 5.
Thank you.
This change has already been vetted by law and does not require to be advertised. We're going to be adding the words "and certificate of occupancy" to that exemption on the platting.
Mr. Assistant City Manager, this is related to SR 4?
SR 5.
SR 5. Got it. SR 5. Okay.
I have a motion and a second for...
Chair, my apologies. I don't have a motion yet, or I didn't capture one. My apologies.
I have a motion.
Second.
I got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the titles of the first reading ordinances for the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. First reading ordinance is FR 2. First reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 40, Article 3, Section 128 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Personnel, Civil Service Rules and Regulations, Grievances and Abuses Generally, to establish Section 40-128C, titled Whistleblower Complaint, to provide directions to persons desirous of a hearing before the board pursuant to the Florida Whistleblower Act, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. FR 3, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 49 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Sanitary Sewers, Stormwater Management System, and Sewage Disposal, to prohibit private property owners from connecting any man-made conveyance, discharge pipe, or excavated trail to the city's stormwater management system, and to prohibit private property owners from discharging wastewater, human waste, and non-potable fluids into the stormwater system or the city's right-of-way, providing for enforcement and penalties, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. FR4 is a long one. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4, Section 2-268 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, City Code titled Administration Departments Resilience and Public Works Department Fee for Preparation of Documents Containing Covenants to Run with the Land, Right-of-Way Dedication Deeds, Quitclaim Deeds, Waiver of Fee, Fee for Preparation of Documents Allowing the Use of Public Right-of-Way by Private Entities, Recording Fee. Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4, Section 2-269 of the City Code titled Checking and Recording Plats and Alley Closures or Vacations, Fee Schedule, Waiver of Fee. Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 4, Section 2-272 of the City Code titled Plan Review Fee, amending Chapter 54, Article 1, Section 54-3 of the City Code titled Streets and Sidewalks in General, Permit Required for Work that Obstructs or Closes a Street, Sidewalk, or Impedes Traffic, Fees, Waiver of Fees. And Chapter 54, Article 1, Section 54-8 of the City Code titled Using Street or Sidewalk for Display Purposes, Exceptions, Permit, and Fee, all to adjust to current market conditions, further amending Chapter 54, Article 2, Section 54-43 of the City Code titled Streets and Sidewalks, Construction, Excavation, and Repair Permit Fees for right-of-way or street excavation, sidewalk repair, paving, or resurfacing of roadway, parkway or shoulder area, building line and grade surveys, sidewalk construction survey, driveway construction, utility placement, underground utility service connection, excavation, groundwater monitoring wells, permit renewal, after the fact permit, and inspection, re-inspection fees, waiver of fees to provide for the processing and review of right-of-way closure permit extensions by the department. Chapter 54, Article 6, Section 54-224 of the City Code titled Sidewalk and Street Cafes, Fee and Security Deposit to adjust to current market conditions, further amending Chapter 55, Section 55-14 of the City Code, titled Subdivision Regulations, Encroachments onto, into, below, and or above rights-of-way, public easements, private easements, or emergency access easements, exceptions to adjust certain fees related to the processing and recordation of plats for the processing and review of right-of-way permits and other documents conducted by the Department of Resilience and Public Works, and providing for new department fees related to covenants in lieu of unity of title, right-of-way permit extensions, re-inspection fees, and encroachments onto, into, below, and or above a private easement containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. All right, FR5, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 18, Article 8 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Finance Stormwater Utilities by amending Section 18-294, titled Schedule of Rates to set the stormwater management rates, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. FR6, first reading ordinance. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 62, Article 14 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended City Code titled Planning and Zoning Public Benefits Trust Fund, more particularly by amending Section 62-642 of the City Code titled Established to include an administrative cost containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR7, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 4, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended City Code titled Administration, Departments, Planning, Building, and Zoning Department, more particularly by amending Section 2-207 of the City Code titled Zoning Certificate of Use Required, Annual Reinspection of Buildings and Premises, Fees for Inspections and Issuance of Certificates, to update the inspection and service fees for zoning certificates, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. FR8, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 62, Article 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended City Code titled Planning and Zoning Comprehensive Planning, more particularly by amending Section 62-12 of the City Code titled Fees for Inspections and Examinations of Plans for Compliance with the Provisions of the City Zoning Ordinance, to update the zoning plan reviews fee containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. That concludes the first reading ordinances.
What happened to 9 and 10?
9 was indefinitely deferred, 10 was withdrawn, and I'm sorry, I skipped FR11.
Yes.
11.
FR 11, and first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 38, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Parks and Recreation General, by creating Section 38-40, titled Naming of Glen Royal Superhero Park, to provide for the naming of the property consisting of approximately 14,200 square feet located at 235 Northwest 26th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as Glen Royal Superhero Park, further directing the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to effectuate the naming of the park, containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. That concludes the first reading ordinance.
Gentlemen, are there any of the first reading items that you would like to pull for discussion? Commissioner Pardo, no. Commissioner Rosado? You want to pull FR2? Vice Chair, Commissioner Rosado, do you have any?
I do. I would like to defer to January 22nd, FR 4, FR 5, FR 7, and FR 8. I would actually like, I'm going to amend that slightly, but each of the fee-related items that I had requested deferrals to January 22nd, I'd like them to be combined into an omnibus fee agenda item. One item that covers all of them. I'm sure that can be done.
Commissioner,
Madam Chair, I know that they've been working on this a long time to try to increase our fees. This is the first reading item. It's going to come back for second reading between first and second. Commissioner Rosado, is that enough time for you to be able to kind of get the information you need on the increases? Or
It is, and I think the manager is going to say something, but I've requested previously that the fee items be lumped together into one item.
I don't want to lump the fee items into one. I'd like to keep them separate because it will get lost. So I'd like to keep them separate, but he is requesting that we defer FR 4, 5, 7, and 8. I have a motion for that. Do I have a second?
So what are we doing again here?
He would like to defer FR 4. Commissioner Rosado would like to defer FR 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Okay, so you're not comfortable with the second reading that he was talking about, and changing between now and the second reading?
Is there really no way to do this as one omnibus fee change? Rather than
the only way, so when we had our briefing, one of the things we discussed was a desire in the future to do it as a consolidated effort, maybe do it during the mid-year, and we're certainly look into that. To do what you're requesting, we'd have to withdraw them all, and then reintroduce them again as one big piece of legislation. I mean, that's.
I move to withdraw each of these items and each of the others that we had that are fee related that were deferred to January 22nd, so that they can come back as one omnibus item on January 22nd.
Okay, I'm sorry, Chair. So I need to make sure this motion is clear. So you're making a motion to withdraw at least FR 4, 5, 7, and 8, and anything else?
No, SR1 was deferred already to January 22nd. So we can't include that.
But if we are in fact creating one item that covers all these things, could we not include those as well?
That's not the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor now is to withdraw 4, 5, 7, and 8. That's the motion on the floor.
And then, Chair, for the other items, you would have to reconsider them because they've already been deferred.
Right, because it's already been deferred. So I have a motion to withdraw 4, 5, 7, and 8. Do I have a second? Motion fails for lack of second. Are there any other items that you would like to pull for discussion? I only have FR2 pulled for discussion.
I'd also like to pull FR6.
FR6, okay. Pull FR6. Okay. May I have a motion for FR3, 4, 5, 7, and 8?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second.
Sorry, guys.
Would you also mind including 11?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. FR
So 3 to 11, right?
3, 4, 5, not 6. He's pulled that for discussion. 7, 8, and 11. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And Commissioner Rosado, you pulled FR6?
I did. There's a recommendation in there that the cost be reduced from 15% to 10%, and I'd like to amend the agenda item to reflect that. So this lowers the amount, and actually that was a positive recommendation. I think staff is on board and PZAB is on board as well.
And we briefed that. We briefed that to everyone.
Right,
we
but
referenced it in the
But it would
briefings.
require a modification.
Right, the agenda item
You know,
has it
from
as
15 to 10.
15% for administrative costs, and the standard, the industry standard is 10%. I'd like to go with the industry standard.
Okay, so FR6 would be as amended from 15% to 10%.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries.
So that was FR6, right?
That was FR6.
7, 8, and 9 are done, and 10.
Yes,
Right?
and
Okay.
11. 10 was withdrawn.
So FR11 is still in play?
No, we passed it.
Oh, we passed it. Okay,
Mhm.
all right. And what about?
We passed.
No. 1 and 2, 3, up to 5.
One was deferred.
Okay.
FR9 was indefinitely deferred, and FR10 was withdrawn.
Okay. So what's in play here? 3, 4, and 5.
We have done all of it.
Okay.
We're done.
FR2's in play.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Oh, who pulled that for? I'm sorry, you pulled that for discussion, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question of the city attorney.
Yes, sir.
Mr. City Attorney, my concern here is that I don't want to see the city in the future end up with more liabilities, more suits, and more paying out by anything that we could be changing here. Is there a need for us to make any changes here? I see that this came from the Civil Service Board, didn't come from anybody up here. There's no sponsor up here. So I don't know if this is something that is needed or not, and if it's going to put the city in harm's way in the future. And
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I have
Commissioner.
the same.
I'll have my deputy, Kevin Jones.
Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Address it.
I think it's the morning, this afternoon. Good afternoon. This is not our item. This was put on by the Civil Service Board, and as we've explained, we already have a system in place that I think works the way it should. So I can't speak to why they believe it needs to be changed. I think that answers your question, or do you have a...
I think it does. Could this potentially put the city in more of a harmful potential into the future?
Well, I think the system we have in place works perfectly fine. And again, I'm not sure why there needed to be a clarification, why they believe there needed to be a clarification, but to the extent of the future liability, the system we have in place deals with that sufficiently.
Okay.
Commissioner Pardo?
Yeah, I just had does this hurt us in any way from a legal perspective?
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I wouldn't think so, right?
So if it doesn't hurt us, and this is coming from one of our civic boards, is there just any harm in acknowledging their service and go ahead and adopting this?
That would be up to this body, right?
Are there any administrative costs associated with this extra because of this move here? Is there anything else? Does this prolong the process that we already have in place, which in turn will cost us more money? No.
I don't believe so, but again, this isn't our item. This was put on by the Civil Service Board.
Mr. Attorney, what's the recommendation? What's the staff recommendation on this?
The staff recommendation or our office? Our office is...
Your office.
Your office
Okay.
is staff.
I think the system in place works perfectly fine. I can tell from the fact that they put this on that they want to make it clearer. I don't think there needs to be any clarification, but again, the ultimate decision would be up to you guys.
And perhaps to clear up some of the unclear issues, perhaps it could be deferred so that the
Yes.
Civil Service Board could come and tell you why they think this is absolutely necessary.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
May I have a motion to defer
Motion for
to February, second meeting in February? I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. City Clerk, do you have any board and committee appointments?
Thank you, Chair. DC4, Climate Resilience Committee. Chairwoman King will be appointing Allison Weinstock to the Civil Engineering category, and City Manager Noriega will be reappointing Grant Buser to the Emergency Management category.
May I have a motion?
Move.
So moved.
And second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
DC12, Miami Forever Bond Program Citizens Oversight Board. Commissioner Gabella is requesting a forfeits residency waiver for Nelson Canizares, appointed on February 13, 2025, pursuant to City Code Sections 2-884 and 2-1340.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
That concludes the boards and committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You guys, let's take up the PZ items.
Sure.
Before we hit the discussion items, okay? Mr. City Attorney, would you please read the titles?
Could I suggest that I don't see anything in the DI items here that can wait for the next meeting? Can we just defer all these for the next meeting?
No, we can't. We have new rules. If
Okay.
the discussion items aren't heard, they're withdrawn.
All right.
It won't roll over, but we'll come back to that. Let's take the PC items. Mr. City Attorney, can you read the titles into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. PZ4, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, by amending Article 3, Section 3.9, titled General to Zone Special Area Plans, clarifying public benefit requirements associated with special area plans, SAP, and amending Section 3-14, titled General to Zones Public Benefits Program, clarifying how SAP public benefits are calculated, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ6, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments approving a development agreement pursuant to Chapter 163 Florida statutes and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute said development agreement in a form acceptable to the city attorney, a draft of which is attached and incorporated as Exhibit B between Coconut Grove Condo LLC, a Delaware limited liability company applicant, and the City of Miami, Florida, governing the properties generally located at 3101 and 3131 Grand Avenue and 3100, 3104, 3114, 3124, 3150, and 3158 Florida Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A. The development consists of a mixed-use condominium project comprised of retail, office, and residential condominium uses with a maximum height of 5 stories, 19 residential dwelling units, up to 70,000 square feet of office space, up to 40,000 square feet of ground floor retail commercial space and associated amenities. Pursuant to the development agreement, the applicant shall also provide improvements to Kirk Monroe Park, located at 3101 Florida Avenue, and improvements to Fuller Street. Where a regulation is not specifically modified by the development agreement, the regulations and restrictions of the city code will apply. Making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date, the proposed agreement may be obtained at the City of Miami Planning Department at 444 Southwest 2nd Avenue, Miami, Florida 33130. PZ7, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, specifically by amending Article 3, Section 3-15, titled Affordable and Attainable Mixed Income Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations, Section 3-16.A, titled Workforce Housing Special Benefit Program Supplemental Regulations, and Section 3-16.B, titled Workforce Living Development Housing Program Special Benefit Supplemental Regulations, to allow for limited commercial uses in certain specified restricted transit zones, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ8, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by amending Article 4, Table 4, titled Standards and Tables, Density, Intensity, and Parking, T5, and Density, Intensity, and Parking, T6. To clarify parking standards relating to micro-dwelling units and lodging liner units, and by amending Article 6, Section 6.1, Table 13, titled Supplemental Regulations, Intent and Exclusions, T5 Urban Center Zone and T6 Urban Center Zone, to allow micro-dwelling units by right when located within certain specified transit zones and also located within a transit-oriented development, TOD, area. Transit Station Neighborhood District, TSND, Neighborhood Revitalization District, NRD, in in proximity to a university, college, and/or podium liner, and to update and streamline regulatory processes and associated standards, providing for criteria, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ9, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by amending Article 7, titled Procedures and Nonconformities, to establish a reasonable accommodations procedure regarding land use regulations, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ10, second reading, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by amending Article 1, titled Definitions, to clarify definitions relating to personal wireless service facilities, PWSF, and Article 6, titled Supplemental Regulations, to streamline PWSF entitlement processes and update associated design criteria, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ12, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by amending Article 1, titled Definitions, Section 1.2, Definition of Terms, to introduce a definition for adult daycare indoor activity area by amending Article 4, titled Standards and Tables, Table 3, Building Function Uses, to include a cross-reference to supplemental regulations, and Table 4, Density, Intensity, and Parking, to clarify parking requirements for adult daycare, and by amending Article 6, titled Supplemental Regulations, to allow adult daycare facilities by right or by process of warrant within certain specified transit zones and when specified criteria are met, providing for criteria, making findings, providing for technical amendments containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ13, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended Miami 21 Code by amending Article 4, titled Standards and Tables, specifically by amending Table 3, titled Building Function Uses, to establish definitions and regulations for residential uses for certain CI civic institution properties affiliated with or owned by a religious, educational, or not-for-profit institution or a governmental entity, and Table 4, titled Density, Intensity, and Parking, to establish rules for applying density allowances, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ14, a resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments approving with conditions an exception to allow an extension for the continuance of a legal nonconforming use of adult entertainment establishment for an additional term of up to 20 years pursuant to Article 7, Section 7.2.6.a and Section 7, Section 7.1.2.6 of Ordinance Number 13114, the zoning code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, Miami 21 Code, at the real property designated T6-12O Urban Core Transit Zone open, generally located at 3875 Shipping Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in the attached and incorporated Exhibit A, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. PZ15, a resolution of the PZ16, ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments approving an amendment in a form acceptable to the city attorney to the development agreement between the City of Miami and Miami Freedom Park, LLC, adopted by the City Commission via ordinance number 14094 and recorded in Official Records Book 33783, page 2301 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, governing the properties generally located at 4000 Northwest 14th Street and 1900/1950 Northwest 37th Avenue, to update Section 14 and Exhibit D of the development regarding public benefits consistent with the related lease agreements pursuant to Chapter 163 Florida statutes, and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute in a form acceptable to the city attorney the amendment to the development agreement, a draft of which is attached and incorporated as Exhibit A, making findings, containing a severability clause, and providing for an effective date. That concludes the PZ items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Gentlemen, are there any items on the PZ items that you would like to pull for discussion?
PZ13.
PZ13. Okay, I want to discuss that as well. Yep. I would like to pull PZ4. Commissioner Gabella, do you have any items?
PZ4. No, the only question I have on PC 16, that nothing has changed since we made the agreement. Is that correct, George? Since we had the powwow the other day, the meeting of the minds.
Nothing has changed. The
Nothing has changed
administration-
since that date. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Rosado?
For PZ 10, could we defer that to January 8th? It seems like there's something that needs to be tweaked.
PZ,
PZ 10.
sorry, 10.
He's asking.
PZ 10 on the wireless facilities.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
PZ 10 is deferred.
I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor on PZ 8.
Co-sponsor for PZ 8. Page 90. Are there any, is that it? Okay. May I have a motion for PZ 6 as amended, PZ 7, PZ 8, PZ 9, PZ 12, PZ 14, 15, and 16
Motion.
as amended?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. For PZ 4, I want to make sure that it is on the record that this clarification of public benefits is simply to establish a threshold, a minimum, not a maximum, that we will still be able to negotiate public benefits, and whoever understands that this is the minimum where they have to come, but it is not the only amount that they have to provide in public benefits, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct.
That was my only concern. May I have a motion for PZ 4?
So moved.
Second.
And Chair, just for the record, PZ 4 will be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated December 10th, 2025.
Correct. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And PZ 13,
Yeah.
Commissioner Pardo wants to discuss, and I also too.
Yeah, on PZ 13, I just wanted really more time to understand the details and kind of go through this item. Sure. We had a lot of feedback on it, so if it's possible to defer it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, that would be fine. A deferral to January 8th?
The second meeting would be better.
January 22nd, that's fine.
Thank you.
So there's a request to defer PZ 13 till January.
22.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item was deferred.
And Madam Chair, on RE 12, can we move that to the afternoon so that we can do the Omni
Okay, because we do need to.
with discussion
we,
items?
we may be able to break, do our CRAs, and then come back, and I can clear all of the agenda and not have to break for lunch. We can just call it. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah.
So at this time, the City of Miami Commission meeting is in recess
So what time?
just until we finish the CRAs, and then we're going to come right back and finish the entirety of the agenda.
Chair, which CRA would you like to start with first?
Let's take the Omni CRA.
Just a moment. We're flipping the tape.
Okay. Vince, it's the You need 4.
What time y'all coming back? You don't know.
No, we're not breaking. We're going straight to then I'm coming right back.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for my Zoom. Were you sick the other day? Because I saw you, I was like,
They went to the bathroom. I'll have to wait.
But where's the You went to the restroom also? Well, you want me to do overtime?
Let's go.
Todd, we're going to do Southeast Overtown Park West because I only need 3 for that. But we need 4 for Omni. Oh, Commissioner Gabella came back. Okay. All right, Omni. Go ahead,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling to order the December 11th, 2025 Omni CRA meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the October 30th, 2025 Omni CRA meeting?
I got it. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Madam Assistant City Attorney, please briefly read the agenda items regarding CRA resolutions 1 through 5 into the record.
Good afternoon, Board. Dominique Gibbs Story, Assistant City Attorney for the City Attorney's Office, serving as General Counsel for the CRA. Item number 1 is a resolution of the CRA accepting the proposal received October 6, 2025, pursuant to request for proposals number 0929-2025, from Richie Tandock, PA, for the provision of external auditing service for the CRA for fiscal year 24-25, the annual audit pursuant to Section 21839 Florida statutes for an initial term of 2 years with 3 one-year renewal options, authorizing an allocation in an amount not to exceed $29,000 for the initial term, subject to the availability of funds, and authorizing the executive director to negotiate and execute an agreement. Item number 2 is going to be amended to include exhibits F and G, which has been distributed to all of you. It's a resolution authorizing the issuance of the not to exceed aggregate principal amount of $150 million redevelopment revenue bond series 2026 for the principal purpose of financing certain redevelopment projects, providing that the series 2026 bond shall be limited obligations of the issuer payable from tax increment revenues as provided herein, pledging such tax increment revenues and proceeds of certain funds and accounts created herein to secure payment of the principal and interest of the Series 2026 bonds, delegating the award of the sale of the Series 2026 bonds, approving and the execution and delivery of the bond purchase agreement, approving the execution and delivery of the continuing disclosure agreement, providing for the rights, securities, and remedies for the owners of the Series 2026 bonds, and making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith. Item number 3 is a resolution by 4/5 allocating grant funds from the CRA's fiscal year 25-26 budget in an amount not to exceed $825,000 to Trackside Holdings, LLC, for an affordable housing redevelopment project contingent upon the issuance of the CRA's tax increment revenue bond series 2026, consisting of 18 total residential units, including 6 two-bedroom units and 12 one-bedroom units, of which 6 units will be restricted at 80% AMI at the property located at 1348 Northwest 1st Avenue in the CRA. Item number 4 is a resolution by 4/5 allocating funds from the CRA's 25-26 budget in an amount not to exceed $900,000 to Howard Realty Partners to support the activation of a community venue for sports, entertainment, and cultural events on a privately owned property at the corner of Northeast 17th Street, identified by folio number 01313609100010, contingent upon a fully executed lease between the property owner and the grantee being provided to the CRA no later than March 2nd, 2026. And item number 5 is being amended to clarify the specifics of the project and to provide backup documents, which is the cost estimate from the city. It's a resolution authorizing the executive director to negotiate an MOU between the CRA and the city of Miami for the allocation of funds in an amount not to exceed $130,000 to the city for costs associated with the build-out, construction of the public right-of-way improvements to include sidewalks, curb and gutter, stormwater drainage, and paving for the area located on the west side of Northeast Miami Place between Northeast 14th Street and Northeast 15th Street pursuant to Section 163, 370 Florida statutes.
Okay. The public comment period is now open for all resolutions on today's agenda. Seeing no public comment on the agenda items, the public comment period is now closed. Is there any discussion amongst board members regarding resolutions 1 through 5? Is there a motion for adoption of resolutions 1 through 5?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
With 2 and 5 as amended.
What's that?
Simply clarifying on the record with 2 and 5 as amended. Good to
With
go.
2 and 5 as amended. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. The meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you. Going to flip the tape and move into the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting.
Chair, we're good to go.
Welcome to the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting for December 11th, 2025. I am your chair, Christine King. Joined with me and my colleagues are the Executive Director, James D. McQueen, and Deputy Executive Director, Vincent Brown, and our attorney, Ms. Dominique Sorry. Gibbs Sorry? Gibbs Sorry.
Sorry.
Either works. It's fine.
Okay. Mr. McQueen?
Yes. Good afternoon, and happy holidays, everyone. We have one item for consideration. Mr. Brown will read it into the record.
Item number 1 is a resolution without attachment, authorizing the executive director to negotiate and execute a non-binding letter of intent and form accepted to the general council for the purpose of facilitating a comprehensive restructuring plan for the Town Park Village complex located in the CRA district. Requiring the executive director to bring back the same to the board for approval within 60 days of its execution. That's the item.
Is there anyone here for public comment that would like to speak on that item? Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. That shall conclude the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting for December 11th, 2025. As soon as they flip the tape, we'll go back into our commission meeting.
We're good to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the City of Miami Commission meeting for December 11th, 2025. We left off with, let's take up RE 12. May I have a motion for RE 12?
So moved.
I have a motion
Second.
And that'll be as amended?
as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And what do we have remaining? PH 12. Commissioner Pardo?
Yeah, on actually, the only thing I wanted to add on page 12 is just to remind everyone that the voters approved this by 62%, and that actually when you look at the existing cash flow versus what we're changing. In other words, what we get today versus what we get under this deal, there's a $2.3 billion difference over the 99 years. If we take the present value of that cash flow, it's about $319.5 million in today, the difference between where we are and where we will be. And that's a very, very important fact for us as a city.
Plus, I want to add that we added on this last chapter here, call it this last instrument, to add on as a safety guard, as an extra safety guard to the property in case the property is turned over within the next couple of years.
I also like to have administration, for the record, confirm the additional money for affordable housing. It's $9 million from the developers, and it is $9 million match from the city that will go to our coffers so that we can create affordable housing in our districts.
And infrastructure.
And infrastructure. I just need to hear the manager say it on the record.
I'm happy to commit the next manager to proceed with that. Absolutely. $9 million.
So, Commissioner Rosado?
I continue to be a no at this time. I'm not a no forever. I'm a no at this meeting. And I would still like to respectfully request that we engage Cushman & Wakefield to help us with the negotiations. This is that important, that consequential, and that complex. I'm not comfortable at this moment. And with all due respect to all parties involved.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second
Chair?
for PH 12.
And there was a document handed out. I'm assuming that this is going to be amending PH 12.
That is correct.
Yeah, with the added verbiage, Art.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for PH 12 as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
The motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Rosado voting no.
And
On the record on this,
sure.
we approved it, but I think it's important to place it in the record. First of all, we were forced to deal with this property not in the normal way that we would have, because there was a contract with a lease that had been approved years back that none of us ever voted for.
Right.
Furthermore, to add to this, because of a prior commissioner up here that convinced his colleagues to go along with a lawsuit, or should I say to pull the contract, there was a lawsuit created that ended up in a $28 million between cost and award, $21 million that the city had to pay. A big portion of that is being taken out of the rent. So you add those, and then the last one, which is the most important one, you're limited in what you could build there. Now, I don't care where the land is, and I've always stated this, it's our most valuable piece of property in the city. But if you get that land and you could only plant trees, it's only going to be worth the value of what someone thinks for trees or a park or what have you. So the most that we could have looked at this on what it was worth was what they could build on it, taken aside, and including the lease that was entered into that we're bound by, and the other deductions that I just mentioned. Now, the big difference here is about $1,354,145,000 plus. It's a lot of dollars between one and the other. But what we're not even including is that by bringing this into
a fee simple instead of just a lease, we would be getting an additional $2.3 billion approximately in additional property taxes throughout the life of this project. So, having seen these numbers, which is what I wanted to see what the numbers were when I asked for this, there's no question in my mind that we have made the right decision by voting for it.
Thank you.
Wanted to get it on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have discussion items.
Yes.
DI1.
You want me to do mine real quick? It's
Which one is yours?
Transportation Planning Organization, TPO.
Okay.
It's really just to let everyone know that if you have any issues involving transportation, the highways, anything at all in your districts, to please make sure to forward them to the city manager, because I'm currently representing the city of Miami on that board, and I want to make sure that we're taking into account all the districts, and we're looking at any situation you may have in your district. So please
Well,
make sure.
I'm going to tell you now. I have requested that the trolley go extend to the northern border of
79?
Go all the way up from Biscayne Boulevard. We're not on Biscayne Boulevard. I got some pushback, I understand, from the county about that. And I also want to put freebie in the Upper East Side to benefit the businesses on Biscayne Boulevard. And I got pushback from that. And the explanation was it was duplicative services. But our neighborhoods have, throughout the city of Miami, the trolley and freebie. So I don't understand how it's duplicative services in our neighborhood on the Upper East Side. And every neighborhood has mass transit, the bus station. And everyone knows, like, people who are living in Liberty City and working on the Upper East Side, they can't get there, and that's not fair. And we can, with freebie, pull residents from Wynwood, Midtown, to come and visit our restaurants in the Upper East Side. So I would ask you to strongly advocate on our behalf so that I can get freebie and the trolley to come up Biscayne Boulevard.
Thank you. I absolutely will.
Thank you.
And let me add to the list while we're at it.
Yeah.
That I, too, when I came into office last year, I submitted a plan to the county for more trolley, and there was one route in particular on Northwest 7th Street that goes from 12th Avenue Northwest going westward bound to 57th Avenue. When it gets to 57th Avenue, it makes a left-hand turn going southward on 57th Avenue. The complaint is from all these senior citizens that use it is that there's no return on that same route. And what we asked is that that trolley either be returned when it gets to 57th Ave, it goes all the way east again to 12th Ave. That's one of them. So that we asked for in the earlier, that was one of my first things that I promised on the campaign trail, and we did. The second one is, Commissioner Pardo, that to make up for the number 6 route, which was retired about 5 or 6 years ago, okay, I promised those seniors centers that it would replace with a trolley, and the deal was that the county retired that route because it wasn't used enough, and the bus was too big, it was always empty. And I think the trolley will fit it very well because it's half the size of one of those big buses. And so I would ask you to please, because we also submitted that plan, and every time I go to the 3 Towers, Dante Facel, or any of those buildings, they ask me, hey, what about number 6? What about what you promised? And we've been at it, working for the county now for almost 2 years.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Does that conclude that discussion item?
Yes.
How about Police Department Headquarters site? Whose item is that?
I'd place that on the agenda again because I know that the last time we discussed it a few meetings back, the administration will be coming back with some information regarding two different items. One was there was a request to see if we could renovate or replace the building on the site, and I know that the other request was whether traffic analysis had been done. My understanding is traffic analysis is still underway. When I say traffic analysis, I'm talking about moving the headquarters specifically to the Miami Freedom Park property, and the other consideration was about analysis of keeping it on site. I know that that information is available.
So what's the question?
I think they're going to update us on that.
So commissioners don't want to get in the way of the discussion, but I wanted to quickly run through just a couple of items from last time, right? So this is what we had presented and circulated last time, the analysis of the initial two sites that we looked at, which was Biscayne Park and Freedom Park. So this was the analysis I think that you guys previously saw. The different locations, the Freedom Park location, Biscayne Park location. We went through some pros and cons. And then that was showing the building in context at the Freedom Park location and the similar building in context here at Biscayne Park. So at the last discussion, Commissioner Carollo asked us to take a look at whether it would be possible to basically rebuild a new public safety headquarters on some portion of the existing current police headquarters building, I guess specifically in the location of the garage, which is to be demolished. So we did look at that and had the same architectural consultant look at that. They looked at a couple different configurations here, which I'm putting up on the screen. One which has the garage on the north, and then a new public safety building kind of in dog-leg shape going on the south side. Some potential floor plans there. This is then another option showing parking and public safety building space side by side. So technically it does work, or it does fit. I would say work is a strong word. These are some of the floor plans that they were looking at there. In summary, and again, you guys, happy to hear your discussion, and maybe you'll even take a vote and give us some direction, which would be outstanding. From the administration standpoint, looking at the three sites is kind of our bullet points, throwing them up on the screen. The existing police headquarters site, like I said, based on our architectural consultant, it is possible it results in a building that, as you saw, kind of had that dog-leg shape or is kind of squeezed in side by side. It's a pretty inefficient design, which resulted in higher construction costs. And really the bigger problem with doing it on the existing police headquarters site is then it would preclude our ability to monetize that site. And that site, we've had 2 appraisals done, and one of the appraisals came out at $80 million, or $79 million. The other appraisal came in at $69,800,000, so roughly $70 million. So we were really seeing that existing police headquarters site as an opportunity to monetize, take advantage of the significant development rights there. I think it's T648, right? We're not going to build a 48-story public safety building, so those development rights would otherwise go unused. Can we monetize that either through sale or a 99-year lease, take that $80 million of value and put it towards the construction of the new public safety building, which will help defray the costs. So that's kind of our thought process on the existing police headquarters site. Yes, it's theoretically possible. However, it's a pretty inefficient building, and it handcuffs us in terms of monetizing that site to help pay for the construction. Biscayne Park, we kind of went through the issues last time. It's only 3 blocks from the bay. The site would be in a flood zone, subject to storm surge, subject to flooding damage, and kind of right exactly when you would most need your police and fire headquarters. it would kind of be inaccessible, probably surrounded by debris, floating cars, things like that. Freedom Park, on the other hand, it's zone CI. There's nothing, there's no commercial development that we could do anywhere, so we're not foregoing any revenue. It's geographically centrally located. I understand it's not in our downtown, but in terms of looking at the overall geography of Miami, it's fairly centrally located. It has excellent highway access to the 836, the 112, quick access to 95. Outside of the flood zone, we would create a city campus there with the two buildings, the new administration building, as well as the public safety building. So you'd have the synergy there and the efficiency of just everyone being able to be in one place. And it would allow us to then monetize both the existing police headquarters, which I mentioned we had 2 appraisals done, and the values are between $70 and $79 million, and the fire headquarters, which we haven't appraised, but I think would contribute, tens of millions additional towards construction. So weighing all the factors, we come down with the recommendation for the Freedom Park site. And just as a final note, if you could take a vote today or some kind of direction for us to move forward with that site, my main point is that I think our police and fire folks have, sort of suffered long enough in their existing facilities. Both they and the people of Miami deserve a new police and fire headquarters as soon as possible. And so the sooner we can take that step with that direction on a site, the sooner we can deliver that for the people of our city. So thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for the complete analysis that I had asked for. It's clear the Biscayne Park site is out of the question for the reasons you stated. So you're left with the existing police headquarters and the Freedom Park site. Where you have won me over to the Freedom Park site, that it's not as centrally located as you say. If you look at it in the picture of the county, it is, and it does have good highway movement. But it's an area that we're not taking any new property out of the tax roll, because this has not been in the tax roll, it's been ours. Where you really have convinced me on the Freedom Park site is in the amount that's going to be $75, $80 million that we should be able to get for the site of the Preston Police Headquarters. And how many acres is the fire department's site right now?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can certainly get that for you, but it is a good-sized site right there on the Miami River, so it's pretty high value.
I don't want to take a guess, but that's going to be in the tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So, you might be in a position that you could pay at least for half the amount of some $200 million it might cost for your police fire headquarters.
Yeah.
Do you have any amounts that you could share with us and your pressing guess of what it would cost to build?
Yeah, so ballpark, I think it's roughly the same size building as our new administration building. And that's coming in the area of $300 million. So I'm guessing it's going to be another $300 million building.
And so if you could bring in...
If we get a third of that from,
maybe a third or close to a third, that's a big difference.
Yeah.
The only question that we would have to work out is traffic into the future.
Absolutely.
We have big events there, but if anybody that could get through traffic a lot easier and quicker are police vehicles.
Sure. And I think the roll call times are not really aligned with peak traffic, so that's one mitigating factor. But
eventually, I think we're going to have to add maybe a couple of additional small substations in different parts. And I'm willing to move forward and ask
Thank you.
what you requested. Make a motion to approve the Freedom Park site to include the new police fire administrative building.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Cabela?
Yeah, I'm halfway convinced. I agree the Biscayne Boulevard site, because of the flooding issue, is not a good site to consider. Considering the construction costs, you're going to have to go up and start from there, so you're going to lose about 2 floors or 1 floor in the bottom. I got that. The only problem I have is the traffic situation, that I got to take care of those neighbors that are already going to contend with the traffic situation that's going to be now coming on April the 1st with the opening of the park. So if these concerns and the study's done is, before moving forward, I'd like to have some assurances of how we're going to take care of the traffic situation. Also, what we talked about, the noise, that, there should be some kind of rule that, you get outside and there's a perimeter somewhat that you can, put your siren on. But before moving forward, and I agree with Commissioner Carollo, this probably is the best site, although it is a little bit to the west. It's a lot to the west. That's the only bad thing. I would ask that before we proceed, to say finally yes to have this, I need assurances here of a traffic study of, the whole thing. I can't just, you guys can't, it's my area, it's my District 1. I mean, I got to make sure those property owners, and let me have a town hall. Let me have a town hall to see what the feeling is, what they're going to ask for.
Commissioner, would you be satisfied in a motion that will be subject to your satisfaction of the traffic study?
Yes, I would.
Okay, so can we amend?
And let me have a town hall, at least, Commissioner Carollo.
Yeah.
So I can explain to people what we're thinking.
Okay. All right, so.
So maybe we shouldn't make a motion until after his town hall meeting.
Yeah, but it's a motion that it will be up to Commissioner Gavela's satisfaction after he gets the information and traffic studies and flow, and that he has his town hall meeting.
Yeah, that's fine with me, as long as it's put into the record, and then what you're thinking of to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, exactly.
I see the manager's hand up.
Yeah, so let me, I think, frame it in a way that Commissioner Garbello can get comfortable with. And I think what it is what we're really looking for is direction, right?
Right.
And if the direction is, hey, let's proceed forward with these conditions, right? Which is, you got to satisfy that the traffic study is, takes into consideration and evaluates and implements a plan that reduces and minimizes the impacts to the neighborhood, number one. Number two, also that we create a venue or a platform for you to have a town hall or a public meeting that we can invite the residents to, walk them through literally, the benefits of having a facility like that actually adjacent to their neighborhood, because there are some advantages to that too. And then we can walk them through what this project means for them, and then that way you get some assurances that the public is comfortable with it and bought into it, but at least gives us some direction. Like a path.
So the way I view it is, we're moving forward, we're moving the ball, we're not just talking, but it's also not set in stone.
Absolutely.
It's also not set in stone.
Absolutely. Yeah, Commissioner.
You will decide ultimately. Yes. As you come back.
That's fine with me.
You'll say if the traffic study is sufficient, if your town hall meetings, your neighbors were in agreement.
That's fine with me.
I will say this to you. You're going to make that neighborhood the safest neighborhood
I agree.
in the whole city of Miami.
Yes. I agree. Thank you, Commissioner.
I have a motion. Do I have
Second.
a second? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Chair, public comment?
Oh, I'd like to open that up for public comment.
As amended, Todd, with everything we spoke.
Understood.
Good afternoon, James Torres, President of DNA. My only concern with the debate that just happened here is if that facility is moved out to Freedom Park area, what's going to happen in downtown in terms of having better coverage or a substation? So I think that needs to be kind of talked about or debated in here.
I'm going to tell you right off the bat.
We have the Eastern District, and it won't make a difference.
You do, but Commissioner, I'm going to suggest something to you that might work out fine. The monies in Maurice Ferre Park that comes from the Omni CRA, they're limited in the use that you could have.
Capital, yeah.
As Commissioner Gavella knows, we have serious problems with the present office of Bayfront Park. But even if we didn't, it's obsolete, and you could use that land to make so much more money for Bayfront Park in the city by getting rid of that old obsolete offices there. Where you have the money already that you could do construction is in Ferre Park, behind the parking area, in that building that we could cover from the back, the water and sewer, whatever building the county has there. You could build back there without taking any of the parkland. You could build your new offices for Bayfront Park, and you could include, without going high, because you don't want to block anybody's view, the new police substation, so that it's right in the heart of downtown. And also protecting one of our main parks in the city. So that's just an idea for the future for you guys.
No, it's a good idea. I mean, when I talked to the chief about this, he's like, people think that when you have administration somewhere that all the police that they're actually out in all their geographic areas all the time. There's very few people actually there, in a concentrated way.
Yeah. So you'll know the amount of square feet that you have in land there that you could build. If you include the area that I just described, that's hilly, that's not useful at all, behind the parking, in other words, between the parking area that we have and the water and sewer plant there, and then you include into that the actual concrete parking spaces that you have. You have a square area of well over 50,000 square feet. So, and if you do a little bit of an L shape, you could have 60,000 square feet. So you have plenty of room to be able to move a substation there. Heck, you could even put a small fire station, if need be, right in front of all the buildings, and move the Bayfront Park office there in the future. And then you have access into dollars that, let's be honest, I know that back before any of us were here, that was thought about and given to Maurice Ferre Park, but, there's so much that you could do with that money there. That's why it's been sitting there, so much of it. And that money you could use for something that's really going to service and help the people of downtown Miami. And at the same time, create additional major multi-million-dollar a year revenue streams from the property that then you will have available to develop that will be in the area where the old Bayfront Park office are at. So, just an idea for you guys in the future to
Thank
look
you.
at.
Thank you. So,
Did you want me to finish?
yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I just think the spirit of debate, Commissioner Pardo is correct. The Eastern Division does exist, but that should be housed in a substation in downtown somewhere, and it should be maybe included in this conversation because we all know the ever-changing population in downtown is a huge issue. So, Commissioner Gavella, if you can maybe amend or try to do something on that, it would be greatly appreciated on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy. So, what? I know.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay.
I don't want Ed to feel,
Right.
poor guy.
So I think we have a motion to give staff the directive to explore the option,
Yes.
right? Have a motion.
And
Tom?
just for the record, the public hearing was closed at 2:07.
Yes. Okay.
Motion.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We have one more
Thank you so
pocket
much.
item.
Yes.
I mean, we have one more discussion item. We have one more discussion item.
And the pocket.
And a pocket item. Mr. City Attorney, could you read the title of the pocket item into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair. Pocket item, a resolution of the Miami City Commission designating the city-owned property located at 1510 Southwest 7th Street, Miami, Florida, property for use by the Department of Fire Rescue for fire rescue operations and public parking, providing that if public parking cannot be developed on the property may also be used for affordable housing purposes, authorizing the city manager to take all necessary administrative actions to implement such uses. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to open the floor for public comment on this public item. If anybody would like to speak on behalf of this item, seeing none, public comment period is closed. Gentlemen, may I have a
Motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Rosado.
Madam Chair, just because I read this quickly, I think this is a great idea, but is it being positioned as either parking or housing, or is there a possibility of doing all of the above?
It's impossible to do all the above there. The fire department, the fire chief has expressed the need for another station in the area of Little Havana. We always thought that we could do public parking and some affordable housing in that area. However, the way that you'll be able to do it now is because you got to go 2 stories high, maybe slightly more, for the fire department. And then on top of that, you might have to give them another floor for the area where they'll have their sleeping rooms and their kitchens, etc. So you're going to lose 3 floors, if not 4, for the fire department's use. You could only go up to 12 stories there. And you got 8 more stories for parking. The parking component, which is so badly needed in that area because business can't move forward and better themselves, and you can't add new business if you don't have parking. Off-street parking has to come in. That's what they're there for. And they could probably rent a big portion of that right up the bat with valet parking. That all the people at valet parking there will pay them so they could park in that building because they can't find any places for it. And that's the biggest problem that entertainment area has. Nobody could find parking. So what happens is they go around, and finally they get tired, and they leave. They don't go to the restaurants, the business that we have there. And many of them don't ever come back because they know they can't get parking. So this would accomplish that. Now, the way that you could probably do what you stated is by extending our land 100% of what we have there. And how do you do that? You've all seen Jose Marti Park and the gym that you got the overhang that's high. Well, you could do an overhang there over 15th Avenue. It's 2 stories, tall enough where the fire engines to come. And then you put pillars in the other side by the sidewalk, which is very wide, and you could put pillars there that are sufficient. And then you gain all that area in the street all the way back, so you gain another 7,500 square feet. And now you've got double the land where you could put parking, and then right at the top you could put affordable housing. But this is something for you guys to consider how to do it in the future. You could end up with double the land and accomplish what you want, which I think would be the ideal thing to do.
No, I think this is a great idea. And the reason I asked if instead of being sort of either or, if it could be all of the above, is that there's a very successful fire station with residential units project right by my house.
Yeah, but it could only be done in the way that I stated, by expanding it more, which would be easy to do. And that's the bottom line.
Okay.
And it will benefit everybody in that area.
But is this something we should just have on the regular agenda or deal with it
We have, I have a motion and a second for the pocket item, so and this is the last thing.
Okay.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody. Happy
Chair,
holidays.
we still have DI1.
Oh, so that was supposed to come back, because when we approved it some months back, I think there was a date by which the staff had to bring us up to speed. This is the program that the commission created to allow 50% discounts on any permits that involve weatherproofing or future-proofing of homes, energy efficiency, impact windows, generators, et cetera. And I think the messaging has already started to go out on this. I've had lots of questions. I think, at least from my perspective, the only thing that I would add to this is that I had a resident from Tamiami Canal Road ask if seawalls were going to be discounted. And technically that wasn't in one of the categories, but it should be. So I'd like to amend it to include seawalls to be discounted as well. Other than that, I have nothing else to add.
Which is this one again? I'm sorry.
The Stormproof Assistance Value Enhancement Program we approved a few months back.
But DI what?
DI1.
Oh, DI1. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Got it.
And it came back because I think we had put in there for them to report back before the end of the year. That's why it's on there.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ed Santamaria, Building Director. I know I'm keeping you from lunch and other engagements, so I'll be very, very brief. Connection to the seawalls, there is some guidance provided on that in the existing legislation, which includes other sustainable and resilient improvements. Seawalls can be considered that.
Perfect.
And so basically we have a framework in place. We've put in some system enhancements that will be deployed on January of next year. And we'll be able to move forward with the pilot program, which will be for a year. There's a marketing and educational component that we have put together. And that's maybe why, Commissioner, you've been getting some outreach. As to the estimated costs to the city on a yearly basis as a result of this program, we're looking at about $490,000, which will be savings that will be that folks will experience if they participate in this program, which incentivizes this type of construction for qualifying improvements. There is also some metrics that we'll be looking at, how much, cost of construction, time frames for reviews, because it also asks that the permit reviews for these particular qualifying items is expedited. And so we'll be reporting on that as things move forward. We will have to provide some sort of legislative guidance by way probably of a resolution to adjust the fees in connection to these work items. Any questions?
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, briefly, for the record, for DI1, there's a backup document being submitted into the record by the City Manager consisting of a memo dated December 1st, 2025. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That shall conclude.
And just so you know, we'll have an item coming up in January that deals with living seawalls. So it might play into that as well.
Thank you. That shall conclude the City of Miami Commission meeting for December 11th, 2025. I'll see you guys next year. Everyone have a happy and safe
holidays.
holiday. Thank you.